Her squadron carried the new quantum entanglement missiles, weapons that ignored shields completely. "All pilots, weapons free," she ordered. "Show them what Earth's best can do." The battle erupted in silence. In space, there was no sound as the fighters clashed. The Dominion pilots flew with perfect textbook maneuvers. Anna's pilots flew like humans, unpredictable, creative, and deadly. "Target locked," one of her pilots called, firing quantum missiles. The new weapons looked simple, small silver projectiles that seemed harmless, but they contained paired quantum particles. One half stayed in the launcher, the other half passed through enemy shields as if they weren't there. The results were devastating. Dominion fighters exploded silently in space. Their shields, designed to stop energy and physical impacts, could do nothing against weapons that ignored normal physics. "Keep pushing," Anna commanded. "Drive them back to their capital ships." Her squadron cut through the enemy fighters like a knife. The Dominion pilots had never faced weapons they couldn't block. Their confusion turned to panic as Earth's fighters proved impossible to defend against. Back on Earth, Admiral Stone watched the battle with satisfaction. "Launch the second wave," he ordered. "Let's show them everything we have." More fighters rose from Earth, Mars, and Venus. Each carried different weapons: gravity disruptors, phase cannons, quantum missiles. Earth had spent 10 years preparing not just one solution, but hundreds. The Dominion fleet commanders tried to adapt. They changed formations, adjusted shields, launched more fighters. But they were fighting an enemy that had studied them for years, that knew their tactics better than they did. "Enemy flagship detected," Anna's tactical officer reported. "They're pulling back their fighters to protect it." "All squadrons," Stone's voice came through the command channel. "Target that flagship. Show them nowhere is safe." Anna led the attack herself. Her squadron dove through waves of enemy fire, their small ships dancing between energy beams. The Dominion flagship grew larger in their view, a massive vessel that dwarfed everything around it. "Ghost Squadron, follow my lead," Anna ordered. "Pattern Delta, just like we practiced." Her fighters split into pairs, each approaching from a different angle. The flagship's defenses tracked them, energy weapons firing continuously. But Earth's ships were too small, too fast, and too well piloted to hit. "Fire everything," Anna commanded. "All weapons, full spread." Quantum missiles, gravity torpedoes, and phase charges launched simultaneously. The flagship's magnificent shields flickered against weapons they were never designed to stop. Explosions blossomed across its hull as quantum-paired particles appeared inside their defensive bubble. "Direct hits confirmed," her tactical officer reported. "Enemy flagship is heavily damaged." The mighty vessel, pride of the Dominion fleet, began to list in space. Secondary explosions cascaded along its length as quantum weapons continued to bypass its defenses. "All ships, clear the area," Anna ordered. "That thing's about to go critical." Her squadron pulled back just as the flagship's power core detonated. The explosion lit up space like a new sun, temporarily blinding sensors across the battlefield. When the light faded, the message was clear. Humanity wasn't just defending. They were winning. The Dominion's technological advantage had been not just matched, but surpassed. "Good work, Ghost Squadron," Admiral Stone's voice came through. "Return to base for rearm. The real battle's about to begin." Anna led her pilots home, flying through debris that had once been the enemy's finest ships. The Dominion had thought Earth would be an easy conquest. Instead, they had found something they'd never expected: an enemy who could not only fight back, but win. The counterattack had succeeded. Now it was time for Earth to take the war to them. Admiral Gray of the Dominion stood on his new flagship's bridge, his purple skin dark with rage. Holographic displays showed the devastating losses his fleet had suffered. 3,000 ships destroyed in just 2 battles. Nothing like this had happened in the Dominion's history. "How?" he demanded of his tactical officers. "How can these primitives defeat us?" Before anyone could answer, the ship shook violently. Earth's forces had launched another attack, this time targeting their supply lines. "My lord," his second-in-command reported, "the humans are using our own technology against us. But they've changed it, improved it. Their weapons ignore our defenses." Gray watched as another group of his ships disappeared from the tactical display. The humans weren't fighting like any species they'd encountered before. They didn't follow proper military doctrine. Their attacks came from everywhere, using tactics that changed constantly. "Send word to the homeworld," Gray ordered. "Request reinforcements. We must not lose to these barbarians." But even as he gave the order, Earth's quantum jammers activated. All communication with the Dominion home system went dead. They were alone. In Earth's command center, Admiral Stone watched the Dominion fleet's disarray with grim satisfaction. "Begin Phase 3, he ordered. "Let's end this." Hidden bases across the solar system activated their main weapons. The gravity web, already restricting Dominion movement, began to tighten. Space itself became a weapon, crushing enemy ships together or tearing them apart. "The enemy fleet is splitting up," reported Tactical Officer Miller. "They're breaking formation." Stone nodded. The Dominion's rigid command structure was falling apart. Without clear orders, without their usual tactics working, their fleet was becoming disorganized. On his new flagship, Admiral Gray watched in horror as his perfect military machine began to crumble. Ships acted independently, abandoning their positions, trying different tactics that only made them easier targets. "Order them back in formation," he shouted. "We must maintain discipline." "They're not responding, my lord," his second-in-command said. "Earth's weapons are everywhere. Our standard tactics are failing." Another blast rocked the ship. Earth's gravity weapons were creating zones of intense distortion around them. Ships that strayed into these zones were torn apart by forces they couldn't resist. In her fighter, Lieutenant Anna Miller led another attack run. "Ghost Squadron, target their command ships. Don't let them reorganize." Her fighters struck like lightning, quantum missiles passing through Dominion shields as if they weren't there. More command ships exploded, leaving their squadrons leaderless. "Enemy fleet showing signs of panic," Miller reported to Stone. "They're starting to fire on each other in the confusion." Stone watched as the mighty Dominion fleet, terror of 1,000 worlds, began to destroy itself. Ships trying to escape the gravity web crashed into each other. Confused commanders gave contradicting orders. The perfect military machine was breaking down. Admiral Gray felt something he'd never experienced before. "Fear, launch all remaining fighters," he ordered. "Full attack on Earth. We must." His words were cut off as a quantum missile appeared inside his bridge. There was no warning, no chance to react. One moment he was giving orders, the next, "Enemy flagship destroyed," Miller announced. "Their fleet is completely disorganized." Stone stood at his command station, watching the greatest space battle in human history reach its climax. The Dominion fleet, once so proud and mighty, was now a scattered, broken force. "All units," he broadcast, "push them back. Drive them out of our solar system." Earth's forces moved as one. Fighters, capital ships, and fixed defenses coordinated their attacks perfectly. The remaining Dominion ships, leaderless and terrified, began to retreat. "They're running," Miller reported, unable to keep the pride from his voice. Stone nodded. "Let them go. Let them tell their empire what happened here. Let them know that Earth is not to be threatened." The battle was ending. Humanity had not just survived. They had crushed the greatest fleet in the galaxy, and in doing so, they had changed the balance of power forever. The age of Dominion supremacy was over. The age of humanity had begun. The surviving Dominion ships fled beyond Neptune's orbit, leaving Earth's solar system in disarray. But humanity wasn't finished. Admiral Stone stood before the Earth Defense Council, presenting his bold new plan. "We can't wait for them to return," he explained. "We must take the fight to them. Show every species in the galaxy that the age of Dominion tyranny is over. The council chambers, carved deep beneath the Swiss Alps, hummed with excited discussion. Earth's victory had proven something incredible. Humanity wasn't just capable of defending itself. It could defeat the greatest power in the galaxy. Our spies report rebellion breaking out across Dominion space. Commander Reed added, "Their defeat here has shattered their image of invincibility." The Council voted unanimously. Earth would strike while the Dominion was weak. Within days, humanity's fleet assembled. Not just warships, but colony vessels, diplomatic ships, and cargo carriers loaded with Earth's revolutionary technology. Admiral Stone led the fleet himself from his new flagship. The massive vessel carried weapons that would have been impossible a decade ago. Gravity drives, quantum missiles, and technology that merged human innovation with alien science. "All ships, prepare for quantum jump," he ordered. First target, the Dominion's primary shipyard at Alpha Centauri. The human fleet vanished in flashes of light, using jump technology reverse-engineered from the crashed alien ship. But Earth's scientists had improved it, making it faster and more precise than anything the Dominion possessed. They emerged from quantum space above a massive orbital facility. Dominion ships under construction hung in space like metal skeletons. The shipyard's defenders reacted with panic at the sight of Earth's fleet. "Attention Dominion forces," Stone broadcast. "Surrender, and you will be treated fairly. Resist, and face the consequences." The shipyard's commander responded by launching his defense fleet. But these ships were older models, even more vulnerable to Earth's advanced weapons than the main fleet had been. "All ships, execute attack pattern Delta," Stone ordered. "Disable their ships if possible. We're here to free them, not destroy them." The battle was brief but decisive. Earth's fighters darted between the defending ships, using precise quantum strikes to disable engines and weapons. Within an hour, the greatest shipyard in the Dominion surrendered. But the real surprise came after the fighting stopped. The shipyard's slave workers, aliens from a dozen conquered worlds, rose up to help their liberators. They had watched Earth defeat the Dominion fleet and saw hope for the first time in generations. "We want to join you," their leader told Stone. "Teach us to use your weapons. Help us free our homeworlds." Similar scenes played out across Dominion space as Earth's fleet pushed forward. Each victory inspired more rebellions. Each freed world joined humanity's cause. The Dominion's empire, built on fear and oppression, began to crumble. "My lord," a Dominion commander reported to their emperor, "we've lost contact with 30 systems. The humans, they're not just defeating our forces, they're showing our subjects how to fight back." The emperor, watching his realm collapse, finally understood his empire's fatal mistake. They had spent centuries perfecting their military might, but never considered that a younger species might think differently, fight differently, and inspire others to do the same. Back on the flagship, Stone received reports from across the galaxy. "Another sector has declared independence," his communications officer announced. The Dominion fleet there joined the rebellion. Even their own soldiers were deserting now. The Dominion's rigid hierarchy was breaking down as more of their forces saw a better way. Earth's way of freedom, innovation, and cooperation. "Send word to Earth," Stone ordered. "Tell them to prepare diplomatic teams. We're not here to create our own empire. We're here to help these worlds build something new." The revolution spread like wildfire through the galaxy. Earth's technology, freely shared with their allies, gave former slave worlds the power to defend themselves. The Dominion's grip on power weakened with each passing day. What had started as an invasion of Earth had become something much more: the end of an empire and the birth of a new age in the galaxy. And humanity, the species that the Dominion had thought primitive, was leading the way. The stars themselves seemed brighter as freedom spread across the galaxy, one world at a time. 3 months after Earth's first victory, the Dominion Emperor stood in Earth's Defense Council chamber. His once proud purple skin had turned pale with the shame of defeat. Before him, representatives from Earth, and 100 freed worlds watched as he signed the surrender document. The Dominion, he spoke in a tired voice, acknowledges its defeat. We surrender unconditionally to Earth and its allies. Admiral Stone, who had led humanity's forces to victory, stepped forward. We accept your surrender, he said firmly. But this isn't just Earth's victory. This belongs to every species that fought for freedom. The chamber erupted in cheers. Species that had been enslaved for generations were finally free. Races that had never dared to resist the Dominion now stood as equals in a new galactic community. Let today mark the beginning of the Solar Federation, Council Leader Baker announced. Not an empire ruled by force, but an alliance of free worlds working together. The first act of the new Federation showed how different it would be from the Dominion. Instead of punishing their defeated enemies, Earth offered them membership as equals. Worlds that had been part of the Dominion could join the Federation, sharing in its technology and protection. We're not here to rule, Stone explained to the gathered representatives. We're here to help everyone build something better. Earth's technology spread rapidly across the galaxy. The quantum communications network linked distant worlds instantly. Gravity-drive ships made travel between stars easier than ever. But most importantly, Earth shared its greatest secret, the ability to innovate, to think differently, to improve on existing ideas. Commander Reed, now leading the Federation's Science Division, worked with scientists from 100 worlds. The Dominion stopped advancing because they thought they knew everything. He told his diverse team, "We'll never make that mistake. There's always more to learn." Lieutenant Miller, promoted to fleet commander, trained pilots from every species. Her Ghost Squadron techniques became the foundation of the Federation's defense forces. But unlike the Dominion's rigid methods, these tactics encouraged creativity and adaptation. "Don't just copy what I do," she told her students. "Improve it. Make it your own. That's the human way. And now it's your way too." The former Dominion worlds transformed rapidly. Without the Empire's restrictions, they rediscovered their own cultures and innovations. Trade flourished between worlds that had once been forbidden to communicate. New ideas and technologies emerged as species collaborated freely for the first time. "Look at this," Stone said to Baker as they watched ships from 50 different worlds dock at Earth's new space station. A year ago, they were slaves. Now they're building their own futures. The Federation grew stronger each day, but not through conquest or force. Worlds asked to join, attracted by the promise of freedom, protection, and progress. Earth's defense technology ensured peace, while their spirit of innovation drove advancement. "We were wrong about humans," the former Dominion Emperor admitted to Stone. "We thought technology meant civilization. You showed us that true civilization comes from how you use that technology." A year after the surrender, the galaxy had changed completely. The Federation's quantum network linked thousands of worlds. Ships with gravity drives explored new regions of space. Former enemies worked together, sharing knowledge and resources. "What's our next challenge?" Baker asked Stone as they stood in the council chamber. Stone looked at the galactic map, now showing the Federation's peaceful expansion. "We keep exploring," he answered. "Keep learning. Keep helping others do the same. That's what humanity does best. We never stop moving forward." The greatest fleet in the galaxy had attacked Earth, thinking they would find an easy conquest. Instead, they had found the species that would transform the galaxy, not through force or fear, but through innovation, cooperation, and the simple human desire to make things better. As Stone looked out at the stars from Earth's orbital station, he smiled. Humanity had not just survived, they had shown the galaxy a better way. The age of empires was over. The age of exploration, innovation, and cooperation had begun. And somewhere out there, new adventures waited for humanity and their allies. Together, they would face whatever challenges the universe held, not as conquerors, but as explorers, innovators, and friends. The stars beckoned, and the Federation was ready to answer their call.
Welcome to Starbound's second channel. My name is Aurum, I'll be your narrator today. But before we get into today's story, please check below to see if you've subscribed to the channel. It's 100% free and just allows our stories to pop up on your feed more often. Through the neural interface of his ship, Paco felt every shard of ice floating past Pluto's dark surface. His consciousness extended through the vessel's sensor array, giving him a perfect spherical awareness that no physical eyes could match. Where a window would have been pointlessly limiting, the interface let him experience space in its true vastness. Every radiation wave and magnetic field as clear as color. The ship itself was small, barely larger than the transport pods used by the Karanok for short-range flights. Its silver-white hull curved in organic shapes that mimicked the flowing architecture of his people, though now its once pristine surface bore the scars of his long journey. No external lights marred its surface. They weren't needed when the pilot could feel every micrometeorite impact and temperature variation through the direct neural connection. Paco himself sat suspended in the ship's central chamber, his slender frame floating in the suspension gel that protected him during high-G maneuvers. His pale blue skin, evolved for the dim light of his homeworld's binary stars, seemed almost luminescent in the soft glow of the life support systems. His two slender arms drifted with the gentle currents of the gel, each ending in delicate fingers adapted for precision work. Unlike the massive, fur-covered Karanok who had enslaved his people, Cenarians had evolved for perception and agility rather than brute strength. The first signs of humanity's presence appeared in his sensor feed, ancient mining operations on Pluto's surface that put the finest Cenarian engineering to shame. Geometric patterns stretched across the dwarf planet's icy plains, their purpose unclear but their coordination undeniable. Paco recorded everything, each detail feeding into his ship's memory through the neural link, though the effort made his head throb. The interface wasn't meant for such extended use, but he couldn't risk missing anything that might help save his people. As he crossed Neptune's orbit, more evidence accumulated. Automated drones, so advanced they nearly escaped his notice, maintained vast arrays of scientific equipment in the ice giant's upper atmosphere. They ignored his presence completely, focused on tasks whose purpose he couldn't begin to guess. Around Uranus, he found similar machines, their movements suggesting they'd been performing their duties without interruption for centuries. Saturn's rings held structures that defied his understanding, gossamer thin sheets of material that seemed to harvest energy from the planet's magnetic field. They stretched for thousands of kilometers, yet had less mass than a single Cenarian vessel. Jupiter's massive radiation belts contained networks of satellites that appeared to be conducting experiments on a planetary scale. The Mars colonies struck him the hardest. Here, at last, were clear signs of habitation, or rather, abandonment. Vast cities stood empty under the red sky, their architecture unlike anything in his species' database. They showed no signs of warfare or disaster. They had simply been left behind, preserved like museum pieces by automated systems that continued their work for centuries, if not millennia. Hope began to fade in Paco's heart. He'd crossed half the galaxy chasing stories of humanity's power and benevolence, tales of a species that stood above all others, yet used their might to protect the weak. Every spacefaring race knew the legends, how humans had ended wars between elder species, uplifted young civilizations, and maintained a peace that spanned thousands of light years. But where were they now, when his people needed them most? Earth appeared in his sensor range, a blue jewel that stopped his hearts entirely. The cradle of humanity gleamed with pristine beauty, its atmosphere clearer than any inhabited world he'd ever seen. But as his ship drew closer, despair replaced his awe. No orbital stations cluttered the space around the planet. No ships moved between Earth and its moon. The only artificial structures he could detect were weather control satellites and what appeared to be wildlife monitoring systems. Humanity's homeworld had become a nature preserve, protected and maintained, but no longer inhabited. Paco's despair transmitted through the neural interface, causing his ship to drift slightly off course. The Karanok would continue their expansion. His people would remain enslaved. The last hope of the Cenarian race had led him to an empty... Space rippled. The first ship appeared directly ahead, its stealth field dissolving like fog in sunlight. Another materialized to his right, then his left, then above, below, behind. Within seconds, thousands of vessels surrounded him, their weapon signatures lighting up his sensor feed like a stellar nursery. "You have entered protected space." The voice bypassed his ship's communication array, speaking directly into his mind through the neural interface. "I am Sigma. Identify yourself and state your purpose, or you will be eliminated." Through the interface, Paco could feel the targeting systems of every ship locked onto his position. Each one could vaporize him before his neural impulses could even register the shot. The weapons alone spoke of technology centuries beyond his people's capabilities. I am Paco, of the Cenarian people," he managed, his thoughts carrying his voice. "I seek humanity's help. Please, the Karanok, your species is unknown to us," Sigma interrupted. "And this sector is explicitly restricted from all non-human traffic. The consequences for violation are absolute." More ships appeared, filling every possible escape vector. Paco's terror transmitted through the interface, causing his small vessel to tremble slightly in space. The neural connection that made his ship feel like an extension of his body now ensured he could feel death approaching from every direction. "Please," he tried again, pushing his desperation through the link. "My people are dying. We heard the stories. Everyone has, about how humanity helps those in need, about their ancient power." His ship drifted closer to Earth, though he hadn't intended to move. "We didn't know where else to turn." There was a pause, during which Paco felt the weight of calculation beyond his comprehension. The ships hung in space like suspended stars, their presence both beautiful and terrifying. "Your neural patterns indicate truth," Sigma announced finally. "However, entering this space was still a violation. If you cannot provide a compelling reason for your presence here, the default response is termination." Through the neural link, Paco transmitted images. Massive, brown-furred Karanok warriors, twice the size of his people. Plasma weapons that cut through their best defenses like paper, orbital bombardments that turned cities to glass. His homeworld conquered, millions dead or enslaved. "The stories say humanity protects the weak, at least their homeworlds," he said softly. "That they're the apex predators of the galaxy, but they use their power to help others. Please, are they still here? Can they still help us?" Another pause, longer this time. The weapons remained locked on him, but Paco sensed a shift in Sigma's attention. The AI was processing something vast, consulting protocols or databases beyond Paco's understanding. "Your reason is noted," Sigma said finally, "and your neural patterns continue to read as truthful. However, you misunderstand the situation. Earth is not humanity's current residence. It is a preserve, protected in perpetuity as the cradle of their species." Paco's heart nearly stopped. "Then they're gone? Extinct?" The response came with what felt almost like amusement. "No, humanity is very much alive. They simply no longer require physical planets for habitation." A new sensation filtered through the neural link. Curiosity, perhaps? Would you like to meet them? The question hung in space like a lifeline. Paco's neural interface transmitted his mix of fear and hope, causing his ship to drift minutely forward before the automated systems corrected its position. The fleet of ships surrounding him remained perfectly still, their weapon signatures unwavering. "Yes," he whispered through the link, his mental voice conveying both his desperation and his wonder. "Please." The vast consciousness that was Sigma seemed to expand through the neural interface, its presence filling Paco's awareness like an ocean compared to his small pond. The sensation wasn't invasive. Rather, it felt like being granted access to a greater space, as though a door had opened to a room he hadn't known existed. "Your ship's neural interface is primitive," Sigma observed, "but compatible enough for basic communication. I will assign a subconsciousness to guide you. Maintain your current position." The weapon lock from the surrounding ships disappeared, though they remained in formation. Through his sensor array, Paco watched as they began to shift, creating a corridor in space that pointed away from Earth. A new presence touched his mind, gentler than Sigma's vast awareness. The promised subconsciousness, he realized. "This way," it guided, and Paco felt his ship respond almost without his input. The neural interface translated the AI's direction into pure intuition, making the complex series of burns and course corrections feel as natural as walking. They accelerated away from Earth's orbit, passing through the fleet like fish through a school of much larger predators. "Where are we going?" Paco asked, watching Earth's blue sphere diminish behind them. "Where do humans live if not on planets?" "Humans exist primarily in simulated worlds of their own creation," the subconsciousness explained. Its voice transmitted subtle harmonics that Sigma's hadn't, making it feel more personal somehow. "Their physical bodies are preserved in stations orbiting red dwarf stars, where the stellar life cycle provides the most stable long-term energy source." The concept staggered Paco. "They abandoned their bodies?" "No." Amusement colored the response. "They maintain their physical forms and occasionally return to them for various purposes: creation of new technologies, defense of protected spaces, aid to allied species." A pause. "And also reproduction. Humans prefer to raise their young in the real world, though they have long since mastered virtualization of consciousness and artificial gestation." They were accelerating faster now, far faster than Paco's ship should have been capable of. Through the neural interface, he sensed subtle modifications being made to his vessel's systems, optimizing them beyond their design specifications. The stars began to shift as they achieved velocities that would have been suicidal without the AI's guidance. "Why maintain physical bodies at all?" Paco asked, fascinated despite his underlying fear and urgency. "If their simulated worlds are so perfect..." "Humans believe that maintaining connection to their physical origins is crucial to maintaining their humanity," the subconsciousness replied. "They don't want to lose their connection to biological life, and believe they cannot truly understand or protect it without remaining part of it themselves." The journey continued in silence for a time as Paco absorbed this. His sensor array, enhanced by whatever modifications the AI had made, showed him wonders he could barely comprehend. Vast networks of automated systems maintained the space between worlds. Clouds of nanomachines refined asteroids into pure elements. Entire comets were shepherded into new orbits for purposes he couldn't begin to guess. "There are 3 primary reasons humans choose to wake physically," the subconsciousness continued, apparently sensing his curiosity and his need for a more detailed explanation. "First, when they wish to create something new, they believe physical interaction with reality provides inspiration that simulation cannot fully replace. Second, when warrior species violate protected spaces and require direct intervention. And third, when allied species require aid that cannot be provided through automated systems alone." Paco's heart beat faster. "And which category does my request fall into?" "That remains to be determined," the AI replied. "But Sigma has judged your case worthy of human attention. That alone is significant." When Sigma finished, a new star was growing in Paco's sensor feed. A dim red dwarf, barely bright enough to be visible to organic eyes. But around it orbited structures that defied comprehension. Stations larger than cities spread in geometric patterns that seemed hard to believe could exist. Energy patterns were transmitted between them in ways that might have been communication or might have been art. "Human bodies are preserved here?" he asked, his voice small in his own mind. "Some of them, those who wished to remain closer to Earth. Others chose stations around different stars, spreading themselves through the galaxy." The subconsciousness guided his ship toward one of the smaller structures, though smaller was relative, as it was still larger than any space station Paco had ever seen. "Sigma has arranged for you to meet with one human who recently chose physical awakening." "Recently?" The word caught in Paco's thoughts. "How long do humans usually stay awakened?" "It varies. Some maintain physical form for years when working on complex projects. Others wake only briefly to handle specific situations. The one you will meet has been physical for approximately 3 Earth months, overseeing the development of new biological preservation protocols for Earth." They were close enough now that Paco could see the station's surface in detail. What had appeared solid from a distance revealed itself as a constantly shifting maze of geometric shapes, the entire structure reorganizing itself moment by moment. His ship approached what seemed to be a docking bay, though it looked nothing like any he'd seen before. "I will need to adjust your neural interface," the subconsciousness informed him. "The station's environment is optimized for human biology, but compatible with your own. However, you will need enhanced processing capacity to interact with its systems." Paco felt the changes begin, subtle at first, then building in complexity. The neural interface expanded, granting him awareness of systems within systems, layers of reality he hadn't known existed. The station wasn't just reorganizing itself, he realized. It was alive in its own way, constantly evolving to meet the needs of its inhabitants. "Are you ready?" the subconsciousness asked as the docking bay opened before them, its walls flowing like liquid metal. Paco checked his ship's readings one final time, more from habit than necessity. "Yes," he said, and felt the truth of it in his mind. "I am ready to meet a human." As he conveyed those words, the docking bay swallowed Paco's ship like a living thing, its walls flowing around the vessel in patterns that seemed to defy physics. Through his enhanced neural interface, he could sense layer upon layer of security systems scanning every part of his ship's structure. The station's awareness felt different from both Sigma and the subconsciousness. Less personal, more architectural, as though the entire structure was a single vast machine dedicated to maintaining optimal conditions for its inhabitants. "Your vessel will be held in suspension," the subconsciousness informed him as the liquid metal walls completed their embrace of his ship. "You may disconnect from the neural interface. The station will provide direct environmental support." Disconnecting felt like losing a sense he'd always had. The suspension gel drained from his chamber, leaving him feeling vulnerable and small. Without the interface, he was just himself again. A slender, blue-skinned being far from home, about to meet a creature out of legend. The walls of his ship dissolved, or perhaps folded away. His perception couldn't quite parse the geometry of it. He found himself standing in a corridor that seemed to breathe, its surfaces moving with subtle patterns that might have been art or might have been information. The air was perfect, neither warm nor cool, with just the right mixture of gases for his biology. A humanoid figure waited at the end of the corridor. At first, Paco thought it must be another AI construct, its silver-white surface reflecting the corridor's patterns. But as he approached, he realized it was a robot, its form clearly designed to approximate human proportions while remaining obviously artificial. "I am Sigma's physical avatar," the robot said, its voice matching the vast presence he'd first encountered near Earth. "I will guide you to the meeting chamber. The human you will meet is called Matthew." Paco followed the avatar, trying not to stare at everything at once. The corridor opened into larger spaces, each more incredible than the last. In one chamber, he saw what appeared to be artificial wombs, each containing a developing human child. In another, complex machinery wove what might have been new bodies, though the purpose of the process wasn't clear to his understanding. "As I said before, humans prefer to raise their children physically," Sigma explained, noticing his attention. "The first few years of human development occur in biological form, before they are given access to simulated spaces. It helps maintain their connection to their original nature." They passed through a security checkpoint that existed more in probability than physical space. Paco felt the station systems analyzing him on micron levels, verifying his identity and intentions through methods that made his perception spin. The architecture grew more organic, with surfaces that mimicked natural materials while retaining their fluid technological nature. "Why are there so few physical humans?" Paco asked, noting the empty chambers they passed. "In a station this size?" "Most of the space is dedicated to support systems, backup facilities, and emergency protocols," Sigma replied. "Humans learned long ago that concentrated population centers create unnecessary vulnerabilities. They spread themselves across many stations, many stars. It makes them virtually impossible to threaten as a species. If you attack one, the others will awaken." The concept struck Paco with sudden force. His people had built cities, collected themselves as easy targets for the Karanok's weapons. Humanity had evolved beyond such weaknesses, becoming as distributed and resilient as the AIs that served them. They entered what appeared to be a garden, though none of the plants were species Paco recognized. The air here had a different quality, still perfectly breathable, but carrying scents that triggered profound responses in his biology. He felt simultaneously more alert and more at peace. "Matthew designed this space," Sigma said. "He believes that organic beings communicate best in organic settings. The plants are from Earth's prehistoric periods, recreated to match fossil records." The garden opened into a wider chamber that seemed to exist partially in normal space and partially elsewhere. Its boundaries were suggestions rather than limits, and at its center stood a simple wooden table that was possibly the least artificial thing Paco had seen in the station, precisely because of how natural it appeared. "He will join us shortly," Sigma said, gesturing to one of the chairs. "He is completing something he calls a morning routine, though such temporal distinctions are largely arbitrary here." Paco sat, his enhanced perception taking in every detail of the space. The wooden table reminded him of a simplicity that made the space feel more welcoming and real. The air currents in the room flowed naturally, and even the light seemed carefully crafted, its spectrum optimized for both human and Cenarian vision. Soon, a new presence touched Paco's awareness. Not vast like Sigma, not architectural like the station, but deep and complex in ways he couldn't quite grasp. He turned toward the garden entrance as footsteps approached, his heart racing in anticipation and fear. The human who entered looked both exactly and nothing like what Paco had expected. Matthew appeared to be male, with features that somehow managed to seem both young and ancient simultaneously. He wore simple clothing that might have been grown rather than manufactured, and he moved with a grace that suggested complete mastery of his physical form. But it was his eyes that caught Paco's attention. They held knowledge accumulated over centuries of existence, compassion born from an understanding of both biological and digital life, and power so effortlessly contained that it felt more like a force of nature than a living being or a machine. "Welcome, Paco of the Cenarians," Matthew said, his voice carrying a tone that Paco's perception recognized as utter confidence. "Sigma tells me your people need our help." Matthew sat across from Paco with a fluid grace that made the simple motion look a tier above the rest. The prehistoric garden around them seemed to respond to his presence, its alien flowers turning subtly toward him like satellites orienting to a star. Through his perception, Paco could sense layers of technology so advanced they appeared magical. Matthew's biological form was clearly augmented far beyond anything Paco had imagined possible, yet it all appeared perfectly natural. "Please," Matthew said, gesturing with one hand. "Tell me about your situation. Sigma has shared the broad strokes, but I'd like to hear it from you directly." Paco's throat felt tight, but he forced himself to speak. "The Karanok invaded our systems 3 standard years ago. They..." His voice caught as memories surfaced. Cities burning, orbital bombardments turning the surface of his homeworld to glass. "They're stronger than us, more advanced. We tried to fight, but they..." He trailed off, unable to continue. "Show me," Matthew said gently. "Your neural enhancement can share the memories directly." The images flowed from Paco's mind without effort. Massive, brown-furred warriors twice the size of his people, orbital stations falling from the sky in flames, millions fleeing into emergency shelters that proved useless against the Karanok's bunker-piercing weapons, the systematic destruction of everything his people had built. Matthew absorbed it all without visible reaction, though the garden's atmosphere subtly shifted, its patterns becoming more complex. "I see," he said finally. "And you came seeking us because of the stories?" "Everyone knows the legends," Paco replied. "How humanity reached the peak of evolution, how you stopped wars between elder species, uplifted younger ones. Some say you're gods. Others say you're the universe's immune system, defending life itself." He looked down at his hands. "We didn't know where else to turn." "We're not gods," Matthew said, amusement coloring his voice. "We simply reached our potential earlier than most species, and learned some hard lessons about power along the way." He stood, moving to a point where the garden's boundaries seemed to fold into higher dimensions. "Walk with me?" Paco followed, noticing how the station's architecture flowed around them, creating paths moment by moment. "Are you an admiral?" he asked. "A military leader?" Matthew laughed, a warm, genuine sound. "I've been an admiral, yes, thousands of years ago. I've been many things. Right now, I'm simply Matthew, and I'm happy to help." He turned to face Paco directly. "We'll free your homeworld, of course. The only question is how to do it most effectively." The casual certainty in his voice made Paco's heart skip. Just like that? You'll help us?" "Of course." Matthew's expression grew serious. "The Karanok have violated several principles we work to maintain, using overwhelming force against a weaker species. We don't interfere in wars, but homeworld invasions are not allowed by our laws." His eyes seemed to look through multiple dimensions at once. "They need to learn that such actions have consequences." As they walked, they emerged into what appeared to be a control center, though it bore no resemblance to any Paco had seen. The walls were transparent from the inside, showing the red dwarf star and its complex array of stations. Information flowed through the air itself, visible to Paco's interface as intricate patterns of light and probability. "We'll take your ship," Matthew said, surprising him. "It's been upgraded considerably since you arrived, and it will serve our purposes better than one of ours. The Karanok should see who brought us to them." "But..." Paco looked around at the vast station, the incredible technology on display. Wouldn't a human vessel be more powerful? Matthew's smile carried echoes of ancient wisdom. Just because we won't travel in a human ship doesn't mean I won't take one with us to your planet. He gestured, and a path appeared, leading back toward the docking bay. Shall we? The journey back through the station felt different with Matthew present. The architecture responded to him as he walked, spaces opening before them and sealing behind them. Other robots, or possibly avatars, bowed slightly as they passed, their movements carrying subtle meanings Paco's enhanced perception could almost grasp. They reached Paco's ship, its humble form now somehow strange. The modifications Sigma had made were invisible to normal sight, but to his interface, the vessel practically screamed with new potential. The connection had been upgraded far beyond its original specifications, and systems he didn't even have names for had been integrated into its structure. "Your people built this well," Matthew commented, running a hand along the ship's hull. "The neural interface design is elegant. We simply helped it reach its full potential." The docking bay opened to space, its liquid metal walls flowing aside like curtains. The red dwarf's light painted everything in its light, making the station seem to burn with inner fire. Paco felt a moment of pure awe, realizing he was about to travel with a being out of legend. Will you fit?" he asked suddenly, remembering the ship's small size. Matthew laughed again. "Don't worry about that. I don't need to stand." He gestured toward the entrance. "After you?" Paco stepped into his ship and stopped, staring. The interior had been completely transformed. The neural interface beckoned to him, promising capabilities he had only begun to explore. "Reality," Matthew said from behind him, "is far more flexible than most species imagine. Shall we go help your people?" Paco moved to the pilot's position, feeling the enhanced neural interface embrace his consciousness like an old friend. Through it, he could sense Matthew's presence, vast and complex, yet contained. The ship responded to them both as the propulsion system started. "Yes," Paco said, his voice firm for the first time since he'd begun his desperate journey. "Let's go home." The journey back to Cenarian space took far less time than Paco's desperate flight had, though he couldn't quite grasp how the ship managed it. Space itself flexed around them, distances folding in ways his mind struggled to comprehend even with the neural interface's improvements. Matthew sat in quiet meditation for most of the trip, his presence a calm center in the storm of physics-defying travel. They emerged from the final spatial fold above Paco's homeworld. The sight struck him like a physical blow. Where once towers had reached toward the binary stars, now only ruins remained. The Karanok had transformed the planet's major cities into military outposts, their brutal architecture hawking the flowing designs of Cenarian construction. Through the enhanced sensors, Paco could detect his people living in crowded refugee camps between the destroyed cities. "There," he said, indicating a particularly large Karanok installation near what had been his home village. "That's the primary command center for this region. The local overseer coordinates slave labor from there." Matthew opened his eyes, studying the scene with calm interest. 10 Karanok warriors in the immediate area, he noted. "Would you like to watch how we handle this sort of situation?" Before Paco could respond, the ship suddenly descended through the atmosphere. No alarms sounded, no defense systems activated. They might as well have been invisible. They landed in what had once been the village square, now transformed into a training ground for Karanok troops. The massive fur-covered aliens didn't notice their arrival at first. The ship's stealth systems, Paco realized, must have been operating on levels far beyond normal technology. He watched through the neural interface as Matthew stood, his movements still carrying that strange grace that seemed to contain his true power. "Stay here," Matthew said kindly. "Watch and understand why we choose to maintain physical forms." The ship's entrance opened, and Matthew stepped out into Paco's planet. He looked absurdly small compared to the Karanok warriors, each of whom stood nearly twice his height. Their brown fur and massive builds made them look bigger and more threatening than Matthew. One of the Karanok finally noticed the human's presence. He shouted an alarm in their harsh language, raising a plasma rifle that could have vaporized a Cenarian instantly. The other warriors responded immediately, weapons appearing in massive hands as they moved to surround the apparent intruder. Matthew spoke, his voice carrying effortlessly across the square. "Your species has violated several principles we maintain. You will withdraw from Cenarian space immediately." The Karanok overseer emerged from the command center, his ceremonial armor gleaming. He towered over his warriors, a mountain of muscle and weaponry. "Who dares?" he began, then stopped as he got a clear look at Matthew. Something like recognition flickered across his ursine features. "Who are you?" "I am human," Matthew said simply. "You have one opportunity to withdraw peacefully." The overseer's response was to fire his weapon, a shoulder-mounted cannon that could punch through starship hull plating. The blast crossed the distance between them instantly. Matthew wasn't there. Paco's augmented perception could barely track the human's movement, even with the help of his ship's sensors. One moment he stood calmly facing the Karanok. The next, he was beside their leader, moving with a speed that made light seem sluggish. His hand touched the overseer's armor almost gently. The massive alien collapsed, his nervous system shut down by technologies Paco couldn't begin to understand. The other warriors opened fire, filling the air with enough plasma to melt a small building. Matthew flowed between the blasts like water between stones, each movement elegant. He touched another warrior who fell, then another, and another. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 Karanok lay unconscious in the dust. "As I said," Matthew stated calmly, looking down at their fallen overseer, "you will withdraw from Cenarian space." He pressed his palm to the alien's forehead, interfacing directly with its neural implants. "Your entire species will understand the consequences of violating our principles. The message is being transmitted now." Through his ship's sensors, Paco watched in awe as FTL communications rippled out from the fallen Karanok, carrying Matthew's warning to every member of their species. The message contained not just words, but complete sensory data of what had just occurred, and the clear understanding that this had been the gentlest possible demonstration of human power. "How?" Paco's voice failed him. "You didn't even use weapons." Matthew walked back to the ship, his movements still carrying that impossible grace. "These were just some nanites," he said casually. "Don't worry about it. And this was just the beginning. I see about 400 more Karanok positions that need to be addressed." From high above, a shadow suddenly fell over the village square. Paco's ship detected something massive decloaking in orbit, a ship so large it turned day to night with its presence. More shapes began appearing in the sky, smaller but still impressive. Thousands of autonomous drones and combat platforms, their designs unlike anything Paco had ever seen. Matthew smiled slightly at Paco's awe. "I didn't even need to use the automated forces or drones for this small group, but for a full planetary liberation," he gestured at the gathering armada above, "we should probably make use of all our tools." The next 5 hours passed in a blur as Paco witnessed a display of overwhelming force. Matthew coordinated the fleet with casual gestures, each movement triggering cascades of military action across the planet. Karanok strongholds faced simultaneous assault from forces that ignored their best defenses. Orbital platforms that had bombarded Cenarian cities were disabled by drones that seemed to materialize inside their shield perimeters. Ground forces found their weapons transformed into inert metal by clouds of nanites. Through it all, Matthew maintained that same impossible calm, as though he were conducting a simple cleaning job rather than the liberation of an entire species. "Your people can begin returning to their homes," he told Paco as another Karanok fortress surrendered. "The nanites are already beginning reconstruction of damaged infrastructure." When the Karanok leadership finally requested terms, they did so with a mixture of terror and awe that Paco understood all too well. Their chief commander, a massive warrior whose ceremonial armor now bore scars from human weapon systems, could barely look at Matthew as they met on neutral ground. "You will withdraw from all Cenarian territories," Matthew stated simply. It wasn't a demand or a threat, merely a statement of fact. "You will provide reparations for the damage caused, according to terms my automated systems are transmitting now. You will never again attempt conquest of another species." The Karanok chief snarled, his species' pride warring with his new understanding of the galaxy's true power structure.
"And if we refuse?"
Matthew's smile contained no humor. "Then I stop holding back. What you've witnessed today was accomplished without involving actual human military forces. Would you like me to show you what happens when we decide to fight seriously?" The chief's fur bristled, but his next words emerged as a desperate whisper.
"You mean this wasn't your military?"
"No," Matthew said simply. "This was a diplomatic response, a simple correction of unacceptable behavior." He gestured at the fleet of autonomous ships still visible in orbit. "These are maintenance units, not warships. Please don't make me demonstrate the difference." The surrender took effect immediately. Within hours, Karanok forces began withdrawing from every part of Cenarian space they had conquered. Automated human systems followed their retreat, ensuring compliance while simultaneously beginning the reconstruction of Cenarian civilization. Paco watched his people emerging from hiding, their faces showing the same mixture of disbelief and hope he felt in his own heart. "I don't know how to thank you," he said to Matthew. "Build something amazing," Matthew replied. "That's how you thank us. Create art, music, science. Show us that we made the right choice in helping you." He smiled, and for a moment, Paco glimpsed the profound age behind his eyes. "That's what we protect, you see. Not just life, but the potential for life to become wonderful." As Matthew prepared to depart, the Karanok chief approached Paco with an awkward formality. Both of them watched the human's ship rise into orbit, where it would soon return him to his station around the red dwarf star. They stood in silence for a moment, former conqueror and former victim united in their new understanding of the galaxy's true order.
"We didn't know,"
the Karanok chief said finally.
"The stories, we thought they were exaggerations, myths."
Paco nodded, watching the massive fleet preparing to depart, the automated systems already rebuilding his world. He stared back at the Karanok chief, too mystified to remember the hate he felt for him, not even a spark of fear of being attacked as he spoke. "They weren't myths," he said simply. "They were warnings."
The Zalvath Dominion had conquered countless worlds. Their soldiers were bred for war, their technology centuries ahead of most species, and their campaigns had never known true resistance. When reports came of a small, defiant planet called Earth, High Command barely acknowledged it. The invasion was approved without concern. Humanity would fall like all the rest. Commander Vereshkal led the assault force, a regiment of elite shock troopers. His mission was simple: land, eliminate resistance, and secure the planet for integration into the Dominion. His fleet hovered in high orbit as drop ships descended into the atmosphere, targeting key locations. The first landing zone was a remote military base, isolated from major population centers. Easy prey. The drop pods struck the ground with precision, and within moments, Zalvath forces spread out, weapons raised. The base was quiet, too quiet. Vereshkel expected immediate surrender, perhaps a few scattered shots from primitive weapons. Instead, his troops barely had time to take formation before the first explosions ripped through their ranks. The humans had been waiting. Gunfire erupted from concealed positions, tearing through the exposed landing troops before they could even react. Vereshkel barked orders, trying to rally his soldiers into formation, but the humans fought with a precision and aggression he had never encountered. They didn't simply defend, they attacked. They moved fast, used cover expertly, and aimed to kill. Zalvath forces, accustomed to overwhelming lesser species with brute force, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn. Reports flooded in. Squad leaders were going silent, dropships were being shot down, and their communications were being jammed. Vereshkel quickly realized this was no routine conquest. The humans weren't just resisting, they were counterattacking with a level of coordination that suggested years of preparation. A flanking unit sent a distress call before their feed cut to static. Moments later, another squad vanished. The pattern was clear. The humans weren't fighting in desperation. They were executing a plan. Vereshkel ordered a full retreat from the base, deciding to regroup in a nearby forested area where their sensors indicated no immediate threats. His forces pulled back under heavy fire, leaving behind scorched armor and dead soldiers. He had never lost this many troops in an opening engagement. His pride was wounded, but more than that, something about this battle felt different. As they reached the cover of the trees, a transmission crackled through the static on their stolen human frequency. A calm, almost amused voice spoke in flawless Zalvath. "They're not retreating. They're luring us in." It was the last thing Vereshkel heard before the first traps detonated. The moment the first explosion tore through the trees, panic spread through the Zalvath ranks. Soldiers dived for cover, expecting an immediate follow-up assault, but none came. Instead, the forest fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of burning foliage and the groans of wounded troopers. Vereshkel scanned his surroundings, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. Humans should have been pressing their advantage, yet nothing moved in the dense shadows ahead. His second-in-command, Koreshvier, barked orders, rallying scattered soldiers into defensive positions. Motion sensors flickered with ghostly readings, blurry, inconsistent. The humans were here, but their exact locations remained unknown. Vereshkel activated his visor's heat signatures, expecting to see human forms, but the readings were chaotic. Bodies flickered in and out, vanishing like phantoms. Some signals led to nothing at all. He cursed. The humans were manipulating their technology, feeding false data. A strangled cry cut through the comms as a scout patrol vanished from the perimeter. No shots were fired. No alarms triggered. They were simply there one moment and gone the next. More alerts followed, each one marking a missing soldier. Fear, an emotion the Zalvath rarely experienced, crept through the ranks. They had been the hunters. Now they were the prey. Vereshkel signaled a retreat deeper into the forest, ordering tighter formations. The moment his forces moved, hell erupted. Gunfire rained down from the treetops. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness, revealing human shapes weaving through the canopy. Snipers. Perfectly placed, synchronized, and unseen until the very moment they struck. The first wave of Zalvath fell before they even raised their weapons. "Return fire!" Koreshvier shouted, but it was useless. The humans never stayed in one place long enough. They shot, moved, and disappeared. Zalvath plasma bolts streaked through the trees, hitting nothing but bark and empty air. Then the ground assault began. Shapes darted between trees, low to the ground, barely visible. The Zalvath opened fire, expecting a full charge, but the humans never fully committed. They attacked in bursts, disappearing just as quickly. Each strike broke formations apart, disrupting coordination. The Zalvath were trained for direct engagements, but humans didn't fight like warriors. They fought like predators. Vereshkel had seen ambushes before, but this was different. There was no rhythm, no pattern to exploit. The humans adapted constantly, never attacking the same way twice. Some used suppressive fire while others closed the distance with silent blades, appearing behind his soldiers before they could react. Entire squads fell without a sound. Desperation set in. His forces needed an advantage. He ordered heavy weapons deployed, flamethrowers to clear the trees, energy mortars to collapse the canopy. But before they could be used, the human assault shifted. The snipers stopped, the distant fire ceased, and suddenly, the Zalvath were under attack from the sides. Humans had predicted the counterattack before it happened. The moment his forces prepared heavy ordnance, the ambush changed. Soldiers rushed in at close range, negating their firepower. The very weapons that were supposed to give the Zalvath the upper hand became useless. Koreshvier screamed as a combat blade drove through his side. His attacker was already gone before his body hit the ground. Vereshkel fired wildly, plasma bolts striking empty space. A shape lunged from the shadows, too fast, too precise. He barely raised his weapon before it stopped inches from his throat. A human. The soldier didn't strike. He just stood there, weapon steady, gaze locked onto Vereshkel's. For the first time, the commander saw them up close. Their armor was battered, their uniforms smeared with dirt and blood, but their eyes, they were calm. Cold. There was no hesitation, no fear, only calculation. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, the human vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a single whisper through the comms. "You're not fighting an army. You're being hunted." It was then that Vereshkel understood. They had already lost. Vereshkel moved through the remnants of his force, his mind racing for a solution. The battlefield had shifted beyond his control. Standard formations were useless. Traditional tactics had failed. Every attempt to adapt had been anticipated and countered before execution. He had fought countless species, broken rebellions, crushed planetary defenses, yet nothing compared to this. The humans weren't defending their planet. They were dismantling his army one soldier at a time. A cold realization settled in. This was not a desperate resistance. It was a methodical extermination. His remaining officers huddled around a hastily constructed perimeter, their expressions grim. Loss reports were staggering. Nearly half the force had been wiped out in a matter of hours, and they had no clear understanding of how. The enemy was neither seen nor heard until it was too late. Weapons had been stripped from the fallen. Wounded soldiers had vanished, their fates unknown. The humans didn't leave bodies behind. The Dominion had always operated under one principle: numerical and technological superiority ensured victory. Yet, here on Earth, numbers meant nothing. Technology had not saved them. Superior firepower had been rendered ineffective against an enemy that refused to meet them head-on. The Zalvath were accustomed to open battlefields, but the humans had turned the terrain itself into a weapon. The forest around them felt alive, shifting with unseen movement. Every branch, every shadow, every gust of wind could be an attack. Soldiers stood in rigid formations, weapons trained in all directions, yet their enemy remained invisible. They weren't dealing with an army. They were being dissected by something far more dangerous, something that understood the value of patience. A scout patrol had been sent out to secure a path for evacuation. They had left only minutes ago. Their voices crackled through the comms in hushed, panicked whispers. Then silence. Vereshkel listened, his grip tightening on his weapon. This was beyond strategy or tactics. This was psychological warfare. The humans could have eliminated them already, yet they dragged the fight out, inflicting losses slowly, methodically. They wanted the Zalvath to feel fear. A flicker of movement. A rustling in the trees. Every soldier turned, weapons aimed, but nothing was there. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Then the whispers began. Not over comms. Not in their language. In Zalvath. Spoken aloud from the darkness. "You don't belong here." Vereshkel froze. The voice was calm, measured, the words enunciated perfectly. There was no accent, no hesitation. It was impossible. No species had ever learned their language this quickly. Yet the humans had. "Your weapons won't save you." The whispers came from different directions, overlapping, surrounding them. The soldiers shifted uneasily, fingers tightening on their triggers. Training dictated discipline, but this was beyond anything they had prepared for. "You thought this would be easy." A gunshot. A scream. A soldier collapsed, his visor shattered. Another shot, another soldier down. The squad opened fire in every direction, but the attackers were gone before their weapons discharged. The Zalvath fired wildly, plasma bolts scorching the trees, but they hit nothing. Every mistake costs you another life. Panic spread. Soldiers backed into one another, eyes darting in every direction. The Zalvath had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now they felt it clawing at them with every breath. A burst of movement. A blur of motion. A figure lunged from the shadows, knife flashing. Another soldier fell without a sound. Then another. The formation broke. Vereshkal roared for order, but it was too late. The discipline of his troops shattered. Some fired blindly into the darkness. Others ran, hoping to escape the suffocating trap closing around them. The whispers continued, but now they were mixed with something worse. Laughter. Cold, knowing, unhurried. The hunt was reaching its end. Vereshkal forced himself to think past the fear clawing at his mind. His forces were in complete disarray, their discipline shattered by an enemy they could not see. Every attempt to regroup ended in chaos. The humans struck with merciless efficiency, vanishing before counterattacks could be formed. Soldiers fired into the trees, hitting nothing but empty air. They were no longer fighting an army. They were being culled. He activated his command beacon, sending an emergency distress signal to the fleet in orbit. The response was immediate. Reinforcements were being mobilized. Heavy gunships would deploy within the hour. But an hour was too long. His force would not last that long. He needed to act now. Drawing on his years of experience, he made a ruthless decision. The forest was the enemy's weapon, providing cover and concealment. It had to be eliminated. He activated the incendiary charges carried by his troops, ordering them to set the entire area ablaze. Fires erupted, spreading rapidly as dry leaves and underbrush ignited. Thick smoke filled the air, rising in choking waves. The trees, once filled with unseen snipers and lurking shadows, became an inferno. For the first time, the humans were forced into the open. Silhouettes emerged through the smoke, darting between flames, avoiding direct paths. The Zalvath opened fire, plasma bolts cutting through the haze. Several targets fell, but it wasn't enough. The humans adapted instantly, shifting their tactics yet again. A sharp whistle cut through the chaos, followed by the deep thud of mortars. Explosions tore through the Zalvath ranks, sending bodies flying. The humans had anticipated the fire strategy and had prepared countermeasures. They had used the flames against them, directing the Zalvath into a kill zone. Vereshkal barely had time to process the mistake before the first wave of close-quarters attackers struck. They moved like ghosts, slipping through the gaps in the formation. Blades flashed, rifles fired at point-blank range. Zalvath warriors collapsed in rapid succession, unable to react in time. The commander raised his own weapon, firing at a shadow streaking toward him. The plasma bolt missed by a fraction. The human twisted midair, avoiding the shot, and landed in a crouch. A single motion and the human's knife was at his throat. The attack never came. The soldier paused, studying him. Vereshkal met the human's gaze, expecting hatred, fury, the savage bloodlust of a primitive warrior. Instead, he saw something far worse. Cold calculation. The expression of a predator that had already won. Then, as if hearing an unheard command, the human withdrew and disappeared into the smoke. Confusion and anger surged through Vereshkal. Why had he been spared? Why show mercy now after such a relentless slaughter? His answer came a moment later when his distress beacon flickered with an incoming transmission, not from his fleet, but from an unknown source. A human voice, calm and composed, filled his ears. "You lost the moment you set foot here. We let you run. We let you burn the forest. We let you think you had a chance. But this was never a battle. It was a lesson. Vereshkal's blood ran cold. This entire engagement had been orchestrated. The humans had controlled every moment, every move, forcing the Zalvath into predictable responses, each one leading to another defeat. They had not been fighting for survival. They had been demonstrating superiority. "You don't belong on this planet," the voice continued. "Leave while you still can." The transmission cut off. A moment later, a piercing siren echoed from the depths of the forest. It wasn't a retreat signal. It was a warning. The final stage of the hunt had begun. Vereshkal barely had time to react before the attack began. The siren was not a retreat call. It was an execution order. The humans had spent the entire engagement dismantling his army, piece by piece, waiting until the exact moment they were weakest. Now, they were delivering the final blow. Gunfire erupted from all sides. The burning forest did nothing to slow the humans down. If anything, it forced the Zalvath into tighter formations, making them easier targets. Precision shots cut through the smoke, striking weak points in armor, dropping soldiers instantly. The remaining forces fired back wildly, but every plasma bolt was wasted. The humans never stayed in one place long enough to be hit. Vereshkal watched in horror as his best warriors fell one by one. The Zalvath were trained for war, bred for conquest, yet they had never faced anything like this. The humans didn't fight with brute force. They fought with intelligence, patience, and terrifying efficiency. Every move had been planned, every counter accounted for. A roar of engines overhead signaled the arrival of the Zalvath gunships. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Heavy cannons rained down energy blasts, scorching the earth, clearing a path. Soldiers rallied, pushing forward toward the drop zone, desperate for extraction. Then the first gunship exploded. A single projectile, fired from the dense treetops, struck the craft in its underbelly. The blast ripped through its engines, sending it spiraling downward. It crashed into the battlefield, crushing several Zalvath beneath its wreckage. The other gunships veered, trying to evade the unseen threat, but it was too late. One by one, they were picked off midair. The humans had let them come. Let them think salvation was near. And then, as they had done since the battle began, they had torn that hope away. The remaining soldiers abandoned all sense of order. They ran, scattering in every direction, driven by pure survival instinct. But there was nowhere to go. The humans were everywhere, waiting in the shadows, striking without warning. It was no longer a battle. It was a massacre. Vereshkal fought his way through the chaos, plasma rifle blazing, trying to reach the last functional transport. A dozen soldiers followed, but only a handful made it. The rest were dragged down into the smoke, their screams cut short. He reached the ramp, turning back for one final glance at the battlefield. There was nothing left. The mighty Zalvath war machine had been reduced to ash. His fleet, his warriors, his command, all gone. Not by overwhelming force, but by something far worse. The humans had made them feel fear, had broken them before the final shot was fired. As the transport ascended, Vereshkal's communicator crackled. The same voice as before, calm, unwavering. "Run back to your empire. Tell them what you saw. Tell them why this planet is off limits. And if you ever return, we won't just hunt you." A pause. "We'll wipe you out." The transmission ended. Below, the battlefield burned, littered with the remains of his once proud force. And in the shadows, watching, waiting, the humans stood victorious. Not because they had superior numbers. Not because of their technology. But because they had been predators all along.
The galactic dominion of Zithar was not known for its patience. It was known for its highly efficient military, its ruthlessly bureaucratic system, and its deep-seated belief that everything should be labeled correctly, which is why the current situation was causing widespread panic among its top strategists. A single word, flashing ominously on the Central War Room screen, had thrown the entire Zithar command into disarray. Unknown. How? Supreme Coordinator Vorsk barked. "Is this possible?" The room was filled with top-tier tacticians, battle-hardened warlords, and at least one guy whose only job was to refill the Supreme Coordinator's coffee. And yet no one had an answer. The unknown entity had appeared a few rotations ago on Cathal 4, a planet known primarily for its mining operations and general lack of anything remotely interesting. Yet in the span of 3 days, mining production had plummeted by 98%. The local law enforcement had stopped responding to messages, and 14 different emergency distress signals had been sent, all featuring frantic screaming, explosions, and in one baffling instance, the sound of something that could only be described as aggressive yodeling. "What are we dealing with?" Vorsk demanded. Grand Marshal Krithil, a being who had personally orchestrated the annihilation of 12 planets before lunch, cleared his throat. "We believe it's a human." Silence, then murmurs, then a loud, incredulous snort from someone in the back. "A human?" Vorsk repeated, incredulous. "Yes, Supreme Coordinator," Krithil said, shifting uncomfortably. "One human, unarmed. Well, mostly unarmed. Reports indicate he has, improvised weapons." "Improvised?" Vorsk narrowed his eyes. The Grand Marshal hesitated. "Sir, the last official report states he took down an armored patrol using..." He cleared his throat, clearly embarrassed. "A spoon, 3 beer bottles, and a rather aggressive attitude." This time, the entire war room erupted in laughter. A human, a single unarmed human, had thrown an entire Dominion-controlled planet into chaos. It was ridiculous. Humans were stubborn and loud, but they weren't unstoppable warriors. This was obviously just some bureaucratic mistake, one that the Supreme Coordinator would now efficiently correct. "Deploy the Cephadores de Catal," Vorsk commanded. At this, the room fell completely silent. Someone audibly swallowed. "Sir," Krithil said carefully, "the Cephadores are our most elite force. They're meant for high-priority planetary-level operations." "And you're telling me this situation isn't high priority?" Vorsk shot back. Krithil hesitated. "Well, no, but then send them," Vorsk snapped. "This embarrassment ends now." A single human humiliating the Dominion. Unacceptable. The Cephadores would fix this mistake immediately. They just had no idea what they were walking into. Deep within the command ship Exacta, the Cephadores de Catal prepared for deployment. They were the best of the best. Hardened veterans of 1,000 campaigns, killers so efficient that entire civilizations had surrendered upon hearing they were en route. And right now, they were bored out of their minds. Captain Drex paced in front of his squad, tail flicking in irritation. "Let's go over the mission one more time." Lieutenant Ven clicked his mandibles. "With all due respect, Captain, we're being sent to neutralize a single human. This isn't a mission, this is a minor inconvenience." Drex stopped pacing. "Oh, so you think you're above this?" "Above? No," Ven said, "but I do think this is overkill." Sergeant Harak, a towering reptilian, rumbled in agreement. "One human will be back before my tea cools." The squad chuckled. Arrogantly, Drex scowled. "I don't like it. Something feels off." He turned to the holo display, showing a grainy surveillance image of their target. The human, identified only as Jack Crash Malone, was sitting in what could generously be described as a bar, if one's definition of bar included collapsing furniture, flickering lights, and an overall sense of bad decisions. Jack was smiling, not in the way most species smiled. His expression had an unmistakable quality of someone who knew something you didn't, and was enjoying the hell out of it. "Doesn't matter," Ven said, stretching his secondary arms. "We land, we find him. We capture or kill him, end of story." "Fine," Drex growled. "Drop in 5. The bar, officially named the Rusted Larynx, had seen better days. Also, worse days. Also, frankly, just too many days. Jack Malone sat at the counter, swirling the last of his beer. He had been on Cathal 4 for about a week, and in that time he had 1. annoyed the local security forces. 2. Accidentally started a minor riot. 3. Discovered that Zethar beer had a criminally low alcohol content. Now, as the ominous hum of a dropship filled the air outside, Jack sighed. Guess they finally sent the big boys. The bartender, an aging reptilian named Grob, wiped a grimy glass. You seem weirdly calm for someone about to be obliterated. Jack grinned. Calm? Nah, just hydrating. The bar doors slammed open. The safer doors marched in. 10 of them, moving with perfect synchronization, weapons raised, visors glowing ominously. Jack downed the rest of his beer. Captain Drex stepped forward. Jack Malone, by order of the Zethar Dominion, you are under arrest. Jack nodded thoughtfully. Then he stood up. Then he cracked his knuckles. Then he smiled that smile again. Then, and this was the part that would haunt the Safedories for years, he placed his beer mug down with an almost reverent care and said the words that would alter the course of history. Hold my beer. For precisely 3 seconds, the Safedories de Cathal did nothing. Not because they were afraid. No, fear was an emotion long since trained out of them. They hesitated because the situation made no tactical sense. This was a single human, unarmed, drunk, standing in the middle of a dimly lit bar that smelled vaguely of failure and fried grease. And yet, none of them moved. Drex was the first to snap out of it. Restrain him. Ven stepped forward, reaching for his stun cuffs. Human, you are coming with us. And if you cooperate, we... Jack moved. One moment he was standing there, looking dangerously amused. The next, his chair was airborne. Ven barely had time to register the incoming projectile before it hit him square in the face. His visor shattered. His
Officer, am I free to go? Am I detained or am I free to go?
No. There was 2 people there that were buying lotto tickets and getting in the car to the gas station. This is not a high crime area.
You don't have to answer any questions. You don't have to answer any questions. Just take your ticket and go. She's not free to go. What's the problem? You got her out of the car for a brake light? Just give her the ticket, let her go. What's taking so long? 15 minutes is too long. 15 minutes is the limit. What's taking so long? It's 15 minutes. Can't you just say, oh, go get it fixed, see you later? No! They gotta write 2 tickets. What's taking so long? How long does it take to write a ticket? Wow. Well, they targeted her, y'all. They targeted her. They targeted her. Dirty cops. It doesn't take that long. It's 15 minutes. It's a limit. What's taking so long? I think it's... Plus you pulled her out of the car. Why'd you pull her out of the car? Why don't you just shut up? Oh. Why don't you just go on? I have freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want. I can say whatever I want. Don't put your hand up by me. Ooh, here she comes. It's the lady from Matilda. The Matilda principal. That's earning community, that's good community policing. That's earning points. You wonder why everybody hates you. What does she need? Wow, that's great community policing. Why y'all taking her car? Why y'all taking her car? What's wrong with you? Why y'all taking her car? What? You're earning the hate in front of 200 people. Earning the hate. Earning the hate. You're earning the hate. You have discretion, lady. You have discretion. You're just mad because she's prettier than you. You have discretion. You don't have to tow it. You have discretion. Use it. You have discretion. You don't have to take it. You don't have to take it. You have discretion. Y'all have discretion. Why y'all doing this to her? Why y'all doing this? You have discretion. Use it. Use it. Use your discretion. What's wrong with you people? Go find some real criminals. Who's a victim in this crime? Who is a victim in this crime? Why y'all gotta be so rude? Just let her go. Write the tickets and let her go. You can't tow a car for a brake light and a front license plate. You can't tow a car for a ticketable offense. You don't have to tow it. What's wrong with you? For a license plate and a brake light? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? A brake light and a license plate? Really? Really? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? You're earning the hate. Earning the hate. Towing the car for a license plate and a brake light? Are you serious? Come on. Supervisor. Ask for a supervisor. Ask for a supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. 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 Ask for the supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. 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 Ask for the supervisor. Where's the supervisor? Ask for the supervisor. Supervisor. Where's the supervisor? Get the supervisor out here. Supervisor. Get your supervisor out here. Ask for the supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. Supervisor. Ask for the supervisor. 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 Ask for the supervisor. Call the Arbor. Call Arlington Police Station and ask for the supervisor. Y'all call the supervisor, y'all. Call the supervisor. Matthew, I can say what I want to. I have freedom of speech. I don't sound stupid. I'm trying to get her to call the supervisor so she doesn't lose her car. So you're the one that's stupid, because she needs to ask for the supervisor, because they're trying to tow her car for a break license plate. The supervisor needs to come out here. So can y'all please call the supervisor? Call the non-emergency number, call the supervisor. Get the supervisor out here. They're not even letting her take her belongings out. Supervisor! The cop's not doing the right thing, Matthew. She's got a license plate and a brake light, and that's it. So, would you like your car towed for a brake light and a license plate? No. Ask for the supervisor. Yes, we can pay the money to tow for her. Insurance, I don't know. No, they didn't say anything about insurance. Just, yes, you need a supervisor, because these guys don't have stripes. They're towing her car for a license plate and a brake light. Just because she doesn't have the front of her car is kind of wrecked, so she doesn't have a license plate on it. I'm trying not to, but somebody's in here saying, "Shut up, lady, you sound stupid." What is that on the right? What do you mean? What do you mean, what's that on the right? What would the supervisor say about this? Okay, so yeah, her car's messed up in the front and her license plate's missing. They need to call the supervisor. Can you all call the supervisor? Call the non-emergency number. We're in Arlington, Texas. This is Cooper and Arbor Street, right in front of the Parks Mall. Get the supervisor out here, guys. Someone call the supervisor. Oh, yeah, right, Matthew. I didn't say anything until they said they were going to tow our car. Well, I don't know why the plate's not in the front window. My plate's not on the front of my car either. And it rattles. That's why I don't have it in the front window. And I just haven't put it back on yet. They won't even let her in the car to get her stuff out. They call the supervisor, guys. Can someone call the supervisor? You guys got to call the supervisor. I can't hang up. They need to call the supervisor. Not letting her get her stuff out. No, it's not a movie. They're towing her car because she doesn't have a license plate on the front and a brake light's out. And they won't let her in her car to get her phone and stuff out.
That's insane.
Yeah, you might come out and film.
Okay, I'm gonna come out and film.
All right. Can someone in the chat call the supervisor, please? Somebody? Okay, let's see. Well, sometimes people don't have money, okay? Not everybody has money and jobs like you and are able to sit here and sit in a chat and complain about people who don't have money. It's not hilarious, Matthew. The supervisor's gonna overrule these two people without stripes. Makes you want to, Miss Bunny. So let's see, Miss Bunny. If your license plate fell off the front of your car and you didn't know that your brake light was out, and you didn't know that the front plate was missing, that would be okay to tow your car, Miss Bunny?
So everything's okay. Oh, your life?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Are y'all thinking?
They got that one right there and that one right there. They need to call the supervisor because they're earning the hate. That's not good community policing. That's not towable. You guys can use your discretion and not have to tow her in front of 200 people looking. Got 200 people watching. Why don't y'all do the right thing? Why don't y'all do the right thing? Let her have her phone. Let her have her stuff. What's wrong with you? You guys have discretion, but you targeted her. You targeted her. You waited for her to move, and you got her.
I don't think my question. I support the right.
You can use discretion. What's wrong with y'all? You guys don't, you can use discretion. You need to get the supervisor. Did anybody call the supervisor? Yeah, they won't give her stuff in his bunny too. Come on, man. They targeted her. They waited for her to leave the gas station and waited for her to move and then grabbed her because it didn't have the front license plate. And these are not towable offenses. These are tickets. But they don't wanna, they wanna earn the hate. Y'all just wanna earn the hate, right? This is great. This is why people hate y'all. This is why people hate y'all. This is why people don't like y'all. Because you guys could like use your discretion and let her go with tickets. But no, look at y'all. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You can't use your discretion and let her go? What's wrong? Matilda, principal? Oh, here comes the supervisor. Here we go. There's the supervisor. Who called the supervisor? Who called the supervisor? Did one of y'all? I'm just filming these ladies like they should just use like discretion. It's a brake light and a license plate. Come on, man. And then they won't let her in the car to get her phone out. I mean, use your discretion. You got 200 people watching. This is how you earn the hate. I got 200 people watching this. What? What'd she say? This lady in the purple wanted to be on YouTube. It doesn't matter. She doesn't have any kind of privacy in public. But what if they start hitting on her and beating on her? Don't you want that on camera? This is ticketable offenses. Ticketable offenses. Now they got her glove. Why you got your... What is going on? Come on, supervisor. Come on. These are ticketable offenses. And look what they're manhandling her. Come on, man. This is why y'all are earning the hate. Look at her with her gloves and everything. Come on, this is a ticketable offense. She doesn't have to sit down either, Mr. Supervisor. She's not required to sit down either, like a dog. They can't make her sit down like a dog either. Why'd they target her? What's going on? I like your glasses, by the way. Your glasses are cool. For a license plate and a brake light. That's it. That's a ticket. But that's only, you can't use that as a Fourth Amendment breaker. You can't just search your car. You have to get only the stuff that is worth something. You can't be going into the console or under the rug or any place else. You can't use a search incident to inventory as a Fourth Amendment violation. You can't. You can look in the car for plain view, but that's it. You can't search it. They can only do plain view. Look it up. It's only plain view. You can't be going in stuff for an inventory for a tow. That's the only reason why you're towing it, because they couldn't get a search. They had no probable cause for a search, so that's why you're towing it. That's what it is. And you can only look at the plain view. You can't go in anything. There's no probable cause for the search. So what do they do? Oh, we're going to tow her car so we can search it. No, it's different. If you go inside anything, then that's a Fourth Amendment violation. I'll be watching. This is a ticketable offense. The only reason why you are towing a car is so you can get in it. That's the only reason why, because they have no probable cause. They've been holding her here for over 30 minutes. Over 30 minutes they've been holding her. What am I? I'm here because, you know why? I'm we the people. And I want to see these rights violations that y'all are doing. And this is how you're gonna hate. You wonder why the community hates y'all? For this kind of stuff. This is why. Because you're only getting in that, you're only towing a car because you couldn't get in for probable cause for a search. That's the only reason. Look at her with her gloves on. She looks like the principal from the Matilda movie. I can't believe it. I can't believe you're towing a car for 2 tickets. What? Nobody likes y'all for doing this. This is wrong. These are ticketable offenses, and now what are you doing? Hemming her up. They won't even let her in the car. They have her sitting on the ground like a dog. She doesn't have to sit on the ground. She doesn't have to sit on the ground. These are ticketable. You got 200 people watching you. You don't care? You don't care about community policing or this is why you're earning the hate. This is exactly why you're earning the hate. Because these are ticketable offenses and you're towing the car. You're towing the car for ticketable offenses. Only because they couldn't get in to search. Only because they couldn't get in to search. That's the only reason why they had it towed. Because they had no probable cause for a search. They were targeting her up over at the gas station. You gotta do plain view search. You can't go inside anything or search that way. You can't. This is wrong. You're only towing the car because you couldn't get probable cause for the search. I got it all documented. Documented. You're breaking her rights. You're violating her rights. You cannot get in that car to search. And you have her sitting on the curb like a dog? What's that?
I know my rights.
What's that? Write the tickets. Where are they? Where's the tickets? Where are the tickets? Someone get. Whoa. She does not have to sit down on the ground. She does not have to sit down on the ground. She does not have to sit down on the ground. She does not have to sit on the ground like a dog. Can't make her do that. Y'all can't make her sit on the ground. What are you detaining her for? Why are you detaining her? What's wrong with you? This is why people don't like you. You don't care. I don't care. We'll violate the rights any way we can. We couldn't get into the car to search. We'll arrest. We'll tow the car. We'll tow the car for stupid ticketable offenses because they didn't have any probable cause to search. So now, there you go.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Why are you making her sit on the curb like a dog? She doesn't have to sit there. She does not have to sit there like that. Y'all, hey. We got this for the lawyers. We got this for the lawyers. Got it for the lawyers. We got it. Got it on video for the lawyers. This is why people hate y'all. That's right. Y'all didn't have probable cause to search, so you made up some fucking excuse to tow her car. And she's sitting on the curb like a dog. No, she's not crackhead. Yep, they didn't have the probable cause to get in, so they had to make some stuff up. Way to go. Way to go. Earning the hate. Earning the hate. Earning the hate. In front of 250 people. Oh, 375 people. Wow. Yep, Arlington, Texas. I bet your wife's proud of you, huh? You can go home and tell her, yeah, we got that blondie girl. We didn't have a probable cause to search, so we towed her car so we could get in it. Real good, because anything and then you got her sit on the curb like a dog. How would you like that if that was your wife? What if her tag fell off her car and she had a brake light out? You would want her to have her car towed? What's wrong with you? That's sick. You're just a sick puppy, man. That's just some egotistical bullshit. Ticketable offenses, and you're making all this out of it. Just because you couldn't find a way to get in to search that. better not be looking inside anything. It's all plain view. Plain view. You can't touch, you can't move anything. She's got her gloves on. She's got her gloves on. But that's a Fourth Amendment violation if she finds anything in that car. You can only do plain view search. You can't move anything. Lady with the gloves. I bet I could run faster than her. Don't they send you to the gym? They should send you to the gym. Wow, earning the hate. Earning it. Earning it. This is as bad as when y'all shot that boy. Oh yeah. Did you shoot at any dogs lately and kill somebody in the chest? Shoot somebody in the chest after you shot at their dog? What about all your cop that you had to fire for abusing dogs? Yeah. She doesn't have to sit on the curb like that. Y'all are wrong for that. Y'all are wrong for that. We got 350 people seeing how bad you guys are. That's wrong. Ticketable offenses. Give her damn tickets, but no! We have to make some shit up so we can search the car. That's what it was. That's what it was. They didn't have probable cause to get in that car. And so they made some up. Way to go. Way to go. Who's the victim in this crime? Can you tell me that? Who's the victim in this crime except for her? Huh? Who's the victim? Who's the victim in the crime? Is the state of Texas a victim? What? How'd they get hurt? Because she didn't have a license plate on the front? Really? Why don't y'all find some real victims of crimes like rapes, guns, all that kind of stuff? But no, you're gonna tow her car because she doesn't have a plate when you could write a ticket. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you tow someone's car when you can write a ticket? Why? And why do you got her sitting on the ground like a dog? How degrading is that? Not letting her stand up. What's up with that? Why degrade her like that? Would you like that if it was your wife? I don't think so. Or your daughter? It's okay. It's okay to make her sit on the ground like a dog. When's the last time you falsified a report, mister? When's the last time you lied to the judge? When's the last time you beat your wife or kicked your dog? When's the last time you towed somebody's car when it could have been ticketed instead? Oh, today! Why are you letting these women do this to that girl? Huh? Why is that okay? Wait, let's see what his name is. I can't read that name. I think it's Wiggins. Oh. What are you doing with that Tabitha lady who's like breaking legs and arresting people without cause? Why do you got her sitting on the ground like a dog, Officer Wiggins? Oh, you're not even a supervisor, are you? We need a supervisor. There's a supervisor. Here we go. Here we go. Now we got a supervisor coming. Finally. Finally. Why you got her sitting on the ground like a dog? She doesn't have to sit like that. How come you're so old and you don't have stripes, Officer Wiggins? Huh? Because what? You're smart. Not smart enough. You don't have stripes? You don't have stripes and you're that old? That's shameful. 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 Can y'all call for a supervisor, please? Someone call for a supervisor. This dude's not even a supervisor. He has no stripes. Can y'all please call? It's Arlington, Texas. Please call for a supervisor. We need a supervisor down here. We're in front of the Target on Arbrook and Cooper. That's so shameful. No wonder you're just standing there like a dumbass because you're not even a supervisor. But is it okay for your fellow employees, your people you work with to do that? You're just going to stand there and not say anything? Are you not going to go up and say, hey, if I were you, I would just give tickets? Nah, because there's no good cops. We got bad cops like you letting these girls do this. They didn't have no probable cause to get in there. That's why they're doing this. But I'm going to be watching because you can't go inside anything. It's plain view. Yep. I got some good civil attorneys on file. It's sorry as hell. Won't even let her get her phone out of her car. I said, you want here? Oh, okay. When's the last time you falsified a report, Mr. Wiggins? Officer Wiggins? When's the last time you falsified a report? Oh, today! Oh, today! When's the last time you saw two bad employees doing stuff that was deplorable? Oh, today! Didn't say anything. Yeah. When's the last time you beat your wife? Oh, today! Oh, today. Look how old.
Ambassador Kraz Torvik of the Luminari Collective, Vaslik narrated, highlighting a tall, slender being with luminous, almost transparent skin through which complex circulatory patterns were visible. Brilliant diplomat. Negotiated the Proxima Centauri peace accord. Absolutely terrible at following security briefings. The recording showed Torvik gliding forward, extending their delicate, multi-jointed appendage toward the lead human, a dark-skinned female with a warm expression. Human Ambassador Eliza Blackwood, Vaslik identified, career diplomat, known for her exceptional work mediating territorial disputes on her home planet, about to become infamous throughout the galaxy. The audience watched in collective horror as Blackwood reached out, clasped Torvik's appendage, and gave it a firm shake. The crunching sound was audible, even in the recording. 3 of Torvik's 7 finger joints immediately collapsed. The Luminari's bioluminescence flared in pain patterns as they crumpled to the floor. Computer, freeze and enhance, Vaslik commanded. The image paused and zoomed in on Blackwood's face, showing an expression of absolute horror. Note the human's reaction. This wasn't malice, it was ignorance. Our medical and security analysis confirmed that Ambassador Blackwood used approximately 15% of her available grip strength. What for her species would be considered a gentle greeting transferred enough force to shatter Luminari. Calcium structures. Vaslik brought up biometric data alongside the image. The most disturbing part, Ambassador Blackwood's stress hormones skyrocketed after the incident. Her physiological readings showed genuine shock and distress. She truly had no idea she could cause such damage. The humans simply don't understand how dangerous they are by Confederacy standards. The recording resumed, showing the chaos that followed, medical teams rushing in, security protocols activating, and Blackwood standing in stunned silence, hands pressed against her mouth. Slow motion. Focus on Ambassador Blackwood, Vaslik instructed. The footage zoomed in and slowed down. Watch her eyes. Notice the tears forming. These aren't diplomatic tactics. This is genuine emotional distress. The humans call it empathy. Apparently, they feel discomfort when others are injured. The same species capable of shattering alien physiologies gets upset about it afterward. Vaslik changed the display to a formal document. This incident led to the creation of the Blackwood Protocols, a 43-page manual on physical interaction with humans. It covers everything from proper distance maintenance at least 1.5 galactic standard units to emergency procedures if a human attempts to perform what they call a hug, which our threat assessment team has classified as a potential crushing attack. The commander highlighted key sections of the document. The core principle is simple. Assume every human is completely unaware of their strength relative to your species. They evolved on a high-gravity death world where even their infants can exert enough force to damage most Confederacy species. But their gentle touch can fracture exoskeletons. Their idea of a light tap can rupture gas bladders. And the most dangerous part? They're constantly trying to initiate physical contact as a sign of friendship. Vaslik paused, allowing the implications to sink in. Ironically, Ambassador Blackwood became one of our most valuable consultants on human interaction safety. She insisted on helping develop protocols to prevent future incidents. The Blackwood Protocols have reduced physical interaction injuries by 87% in just 5 standard years. Not bad for a species that accidentally breaks people while trying to be friendly. For the next segment, I've invited an expert who can explain why humans are walking contradictions, Vaslik announced, gesturing toward the side entrance of the lecture hall. Please welcome Dr. Liran Namari, head xenobiologist of the Human Studies Division. A stocky, amphibious being with iridescent scales and large, multifaceted eyes glided into the room. Dr. Namari's webbed appendages carried several holographic data modules. Thank you, Commander, Namari said, voice resonating with a pleasant harmonic quality. I've spent the last 7 standard years studying human physiology. I still wake up screaming sometimes. This elicited nervous laughter from the audience. Let's start with basics, Namari continued, activating a detailed anatomical model of a human. Humans appear fragile. No claws, minimal natural armor, dull teeth, limited sensory capabilities. Yet their evolutionary history reveals something terrifying. They're not specialized predators. They're generalized super survivors. The hologram shifted to comparison charts. Consider this paradox. Humans bruise easily, yet can survive injuries that would kill most sentient species. Their skin tears with minimal force, but they can survive massive blood loss. They have no redundant organs like taurians, no rapid regeneration like selenites, no backup neural systems like Vesperi. Instead, they have something far more disturbing: compensatory adaptation. Dr. Namari brought up biological readings. This is where it gets alarming. Humans possess a chemical response system triggered by threats, injuries, or even perceived dangers. They call it adrenaline. We call it terrifying biochemical override. The display showed graphs of human performance metrics with and without adrenaline. Under adrenaline influence, humans can increase their strength output by up to 300%. Pain receptors are suppressed. Cardiovascular efficiency spikes. Sensory awareness heightens. Essentially, they become temporarily enhanced versions of themselves. A diplomatic representative from the gelatinous Morphians raised a pseudopod in question. Yes, you heard correctly, Namari confirmed before they could speak. Humans can voluntarily ignore pain signals that would incapacitate most species. They call it pushing through. We call it nightmare physiology. The doctor displayed comparative species metrics. Their grip strength exceeds industrial pincers. Their bite force, while not impressive by predator standards, can still crack the exoskeletons of 40% of Confederacy species. And their endurance. This is perhaps most disturbing of all. Humans don't need to outfight most predators. They simply outlast them. Namari displayed footage of humans running across vast distances. On their death world, humans evolved as persistence hunters. They pursue prey until it collapses from exhaustion. Many Confederacy species would die attempting to maintain the average human's baseline cardiovascular output. And yet, the doctor paused dramatically. These same beings can be killed by ingesting certain plants, consuming common minerals, or through allergic reactions to microscopic proteins. They're simultaneously incredibly durable and bewilderingly fragile. Commander Vaslik stepped forward. I can personally attest to human resilience. During the Nexus Station pressure failure 3 cycles ago, I witnessed human maintenance technician Jamal Morris survive 17 minutes in near vacuum conditions while repairing the emergency bulkheads. According to everything we know about carbon-based life, he should have died within 2 minutes. Instead, he finished the repairs, passed out, received medical treatment, and returned to duty 3 days later. Vaslik's bioluminescent patterns pulsed with what the audience recognized as sincere amazement. When I asked how he survived, Morris just shrugged and said, "You gotta do what you gotta do." This casual disregard for what should have been certain death is, unfortunately, typical human behavior. They don't even recognize how absurdly resilient they are by galactic standards. Dr. Namari nodded solemnly. This combination of durability, adaptability, and complete lack of self-preservation instinct makes humans uniquely dangerous. They don't know when to stop. Sometimes they don't even know when they're injured. And most concerningly, they consider this normal. Physical capabilities are only half the equation. Vaslik continued as Dr. Namari's display shifted to neural mapping models. What truly makes humans unique is their psychological framework. Or as my security team calls it, the predator mindset in diplomat packaging. The holographic display showed comparative brain scans from various species. Most apex predators in the Confederacy, like the Karzak or Drakids, have straightforward threat response patterns. Territory, resources, hierarchy. Predictable. Humans? They exhibit predatory cognitive patterns we've never seen combined in a single species. Vaslik highlighted specific neural pathways in the human brain model. The persistence hunting mentality I mentioned earlier isn't just physical, it's psychological. Humans don't give up. Most predators abort a hunt when energy expenditure exceeds potential caloric gain. Humans will continue pursuing goals long past the point of rational return. They call it determination. Our psychological analysts call it disturbing single-mindedness. The display shifted to problem-solving comparison metrics. Unlike specialized hunters, humans are generalized problem solvers. They don't rely on superior strength or speed. They use pattern recognition, tool adaptation, and environmental manipulation. When blocked from a goal, they simply find another approach, then another, then another. They have a saying that perfectly captures this mentality: if the front door is locked, try the windows. Nervous tittering rippled through the audience. Perhaps most unsettling is their tendency to personify everything. Vaslik brought up footage of humans interacting with machines, plants, and inanimate objects. They assign personalities and intentions to non-sentient entities. Their maintenance workers name their tools. Their scientists develop emotional attachments to research equipment. They speak to plants. This behavior seems harmless until you realize its implications. Vaslik paused, letting the tension build. It means humans can develop predatory focus on literally anything they interact with. Unlike rational predators who hunt only appropriate prey, humans can fixate on solving any problem. Whether that's hunting for food, negotiating trade agreements, or figuring out how your technology works. The display switched to footage of human children engaged in various activities. This looks innocent, yes? These are human offspring playing. Note the similarities to combat training. They're practicing chasing, hiding, building, destroying, strategizing, all while developing social bonds with their peer group. They're simultaneously training for both predatory behavior and complex social cooperation. A particularly disturbing clip showed small humans building an elaborate trap using simple materials. This isn't taught behavior. Those children devised that mechanism independently. Now imagine that creativity applied when a human feels threatened. Vaslik's bioluminescence dimmed to a serious blue. The final warning in this section: never back a human into a corner. All predators become dangerous when trapped, but most become predictably aggressive. Humans become unpredictably creative. They will use anything available: objects, environment, knowledge to overcome the threat. And they won't stop until they've succeeded or are physically incapable of continuing. Mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. So if you're wondering whether that friendly the human ambassador can transform into a resourceful killing machine, when provoked, the answer is an emphatic yes. The transition can happen faster than most species can register a threat response. And they might apologize afterward, genuinely not understanding why you're so disturbed. Theory is one thing. Practical experience is another, Vaslik said, bracing himself against the podium with his remaining limbs. Let's review some notable diplomatic incidents that highlight precisely why these protocols exist. Consider these case studies in what not to do. The holographic display shifted to footage of an ornate garden setting where various diplomats mingled. Nexus Station Botanical Reception, 3 cycles ago. Ambassador Pollen Song of the Florian Collective is engaged in pleasant conversation with human trade representative Marcus Okonkwo. The footage showed a plant-based being with delicate frond-like appendages conversing with a tall, broad-shouldered human male. The human was smiling, gesturing enthusiastically. Note Representative Okonkwo's animated communication style. Humans consider this friendly engagement. Now watch what happens when he attempts to initiate what humans call a friendly pat on the back. The audience collectively flinched as the human's hand made contact with the Florian's upper foliage structure. The plant being immediately wilted, several fronds detaching completely as it collapsed. Ambassador Pollen Song spent 17 days in intensive botanical restoration. Representative Okonkwo was devastated when informed that what he considered gentle contact had the equivalent force of a small meteor impact on the Florian's cellular structure. Vazlik switched to another clip. This next incident centers on human emotional expressions. Humans use a vocalization called laughter to indicate amusement, camaraderie, and surprisingly, sometimes discomfort. Unfortunately, this sound triggers fight or flight responses in several Confederacy species. The footage showed a diplomatic reception where a human female told what appeared to be a joke. When she and several other humans burst into laughter, 3 Vexillian delegates immediately discharged their defensive ink clouds, but temporarily blinding everyone in a 3-meter radius. The resulting chaos caused diplomatic relations to deteriorate for nearly a full cycle. We now provide specialized audio dampeners to species with sensitivity to human vocalizations. Vazlik's mandibles clicked in grim amusement as he brought up the next clip. And now, the infamous coffee incident at last cycle's Galactic Summit. For those unfamiliar, coffee is a psychoactive stimulant beverage that humans consume in vast quantities. They consider it essential for proper functioning. The footage showed a human delegate accidentally knocking over a container of dark liquid, which splashed onto a gelatinous Morphean diplomat. The Morphean immediately began changing colors rapidly, vibrating, and expanding to twice its normal size. What you're witnessing is the unintentional drugging of Ambassador Glooptrix. The caffeine and various alkaloids in the coffee were absorbed through the Morphean's semi-permeable membrane, resulting in what humans might call one hell of a trip. It took 3 medical technicians to stabilize the ambassador, who afterward described the experience as transcendent and has since requested coffee at every diplomatic function. Several nervous laughs rippled through the audience. If you must attend gatherings where humans will be present, I have compiled these essential survival tips, Vazlik continued, displaying a list. First, maintain minimum safe distance at all times. Second, if a human seems excessively friendly, increase that distance immediately. Third, never accept food or beverage without consulting xenobiological compatibility charts. Fourth, if a human invites you to what they call a party, request security escort. Their recreational gatherings often involve ritualized intoxication that makes them even less predictable. Vazlik's bioluminescence pulsed with what the audience recognized as deep concern. Speaking of human intoxication rituals, these deserve special attention. Humans voluntarily consume substances that impair their judgment, alter their perceptions, and often increase their already dangerous physical capabilities. They call this having a good time. We call it playing chemical roulette with an apex predator. The display showed footage of humans engaged in various celebrations, their behavior becoming increasingly erratic. Note how intoxicated humans become louder, more physically demonstrative, and paradoxically, more insistent about expressing affection toward others. Their inhibitions regarding physical contact decrease precisely as their ability to control their strength deteriorates. This combination has resulted in more diplomatic incidents than all other causes combined. Vazlik's tone became deadly serious. If you encounter humans engaged in intoxication rituals, contact security immediately. Do not attempt to join the fun. Several diplomats have learned this lesson the hard way. Ambassador Zrel of the Sepharan Dominion still can't look at fermented grain products without his chromatophores displaying trauma patterns. As we conclude this briefing, Vaslik said, straightening his posture, let me summarize the essential safety protocols for human interaction. Your continued existence may depend on remembering them. The display showed a concise list of guidelines. 1. Maintain physical distance unless specifically trained in human safe contact procedures. 2. Never make sudden movements that could be interpreted as threats. 3. Be aware that humans consider sustained eye contact both a sign of respect and a potential challenge, depending on context. 4. Always clarify linguistic ambiguities. Humans use extensive metaphors that don't translate well. 5. Remember that, despite appearances, you are dealing with apex predators who genuinely believe they're being gentle. Vaslik highlighted an additional section on the display. Understanding human emotional cues is perhaps your most valuable survival skill. Unlike most sentient species, humans broadcast their emotional states through facial micro-expressions. Our database contains over 3,000 documented human expressions. But you need only recognize these critical warning signs. The display showed close-up images of human faces. Bared teeth without crinkled eyes indicates aggression, not friendship. Narrowed eyes and flared nostrils suggest imminent physical response. Reddening facial skin indicates either emotional distress or physical exertion, both potentially dangerous. And perhaps most important, when a human goes completely still and quiet after previous animation, evacuate the area immediately. Vaslik moved from behind the podium, his bioluminescent patterns shifting to a more serious configuration. Despite everything I've covered today, I want to emphasize that humans make exceptional allies. Their predatory persistence, when directed toward mutual goals, is unmatched in the Confederacy. Their problem-solving abilities have resolved conflicts we considered intractable. Their bizarre tendency to empathize, even with alien species, creates diplomatic opportunities impossible with other predator species. He clicked his mandibles in that unsettling, not quite smile. In my 40 cycles of security work, I found humans to be simultaneously the most dangerous and most cooperative species we've encountered. They'll risk their lives to save creatures they met mere minutes ago, then accidentally injure them while celebrating the rescue. They're walking contradictions, and somehow that makes them perfect diplomats for our chaotic galaxy. Vaslik paused, surveying the room. Your survival odds when dealing with humans are approximately 94.3%, which are actually the best statistics for any apex predator encounter in Confederacy records. Just remember, if a human wants to kill you, you'll probably be dead before you realize there's a threat. If a human injures you accidentally, they'll feel worse about it than you do. His bioluminescence pulsed with what seemed like mischievous anticipation. Now, for the practical portion of our briefing, I'd like to introduce a special guest who will demonstrate proper cross-species greeting protocols. Please welcome human diplomatic liaison Parker Mbeki. From the back of the lecture hall, a seat that had appeared empty throughout the presentation suddenly moved. A figure stood up, a medium-height human with dark skin and a warm smile. The diplomatic representatives nearest to the human recoiled in shock, several activating defensive measures. "Don't panic," Vaslik said, clearly enjoying the chaos. Liaison Becky has been here the entire time, observing our briefing. Consider this your first lesson in human unpredictability. They can be remarkably stealthy when they choose to be. The human raised both hands in what the briefing had described as a non-threatening gesture and spoke in a surprisingly melodious voice. "Thank you, Commander Vaslik, for that interesting introduction to my species. I promise I'm not nearly as dangerous as he suggests. At least not today." The human's mouth curved into what the briefing had identified as a smile with humorous intent. The lecture hall erupted in a cacophony of translated exclamations, alarm signals, and nervous defensive displays as the diplomats realized a member of the galaxy's most confounding predator species had been sitting among them all along.
Look, I'm not saying humans are the best species in the galaxy at handling other species' offspring. That would be bragging, and we try to stay modest about our various talents. I'm just saying that when Ambassador Krill of the Vrextheer Dominion came storming into Starbase 247's premier interspecies care center demanding to know my qualifications, I might have been a bit too honest. I once successfully babysat a litter of Terran wolverines, I said, adjusting my name tag that read Parker Maxwell Chief Assistant Caretaker, and I still have all my fingers. The ambassador's secondary mouth twitched, which I'd learned was either a sign of amusement or imminent violence with their species. Given that all 4 of their arms were currently crossed, I was betting on the latter. You consider this. Relevant experience. The universal translator couldn't quite capture the mix of incredulity and disdain in their voice, but their spinal ridges were doing that peculiar ripple thing that basically screamed, "You absolute moron." I shrugged. A gesture that I'd discovered was wonderfully ambiguous across most species. Well, they were particularly grumpy wolverines. Had to bottle feed them every 2 hours. They tried to eat my face 3 times before breakfast, but we worked through our trust issues. Behind the ambassador, my boss, the esteemed Dr. Nix L.A., a Centaurian with far too many degrees in xenopediatrics, was making their equivalent of a face palm. All 6 of their eye stalks were curled in what I'd come to recognize as mortified embarrassment. But here's the thing about humans that most species don't quite get. We have this incredibly useful ability to be completely truthful while simultaneously underselling and overselling ourselves. It's a talent born from millennia of dealing with job interviews and first dates. Besides, I continued, gesturing to the playpen where I'd successfully managed to get a baby Jovian gas floater to share its favorite hydrogen snacks with a young Martian crystal crawler. I'm pretty good at improvising. Did you know that Arcturian slug tots really love bubble wrap? Keeps them entertained for hours. We just have to make sure they don't try to eat it. The ambassador's upper set of eyes narrowed while their lower set widened, a classic Vrextheer expression of confused calculation. I could practically see them running risk assessments in their head. Their species was notorious for being protective of their young, to the point where this was the first time in recorded history they were even considering leaving their cubs with non-Vrextheer caregivers. And what they finally asked, mandibles clicking in what I assumed was suppressed anxiety, "Makes you think you could handle Vrextheer cubs? We are apex predators. Our young can bite through titanium alloy before they learn to walk." I grinned, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my special emergency snack, a protein bar that could survive a nuclear blast and probably predated the formation of several small stars. Good thing I always carried titanium-grade teething toys then, and snacks that could double as building materials if we ever need to construct an emergency shelter. That got me another mandible click. But this time it was accompanied by that weird chirping sound that meant either they were amused or planning my imminent demise. In my experience, there was usually about a 50-50 chance either way. Dr. Nix L.A. had finally recovered enough to glide forward, probably to try and salvage the situation with actual professional credentials and statistical safety records. But before they could speak, one of the ambassador's cubs, who had been suspiciously quiet until now, launched itself from its hiding spot behind their parents' ceremonial robes directly at my face. Now, most species would flinch. It's a natural reaction when 8 pounds of razor-sharp claws and teeth are hurtling toward your relatively soft and puncturable head. But anyone who spent time around Terran cats knows exactly what to do in this situation. I caught the cub mid-leap, redirected its momentum into a gentle spin, and ended up with an armful of purring Vrextheer youngling, who was now trying to groom my hair with its secondary tongue. "Oh yeah," I said casually, scratching under the cub's chin with my free hand. "I also used to volunteer at a big cat sanctuary. You should see my lion whispering credentials." And that, my friends, is how I ended up responsible for the first Vrextheer cubs ever entrusted to non-Vrextheer care. Though in retrospect, maybe I should have mentioned the wolverines had actually been stuffed animals, and my cat sanctuary experience was mainly cleaning litter boxes. But hey, how much trouble could a few apex predator cubs really be? Narrators note the answer, as it turns out, was quite a lot of trouble indeed. Remember how I said Vrextheer cubs can bite through titanium alloy before they learn to walk? Well, it turns out that's not just proud parent bragging, it's actually a massive understatement. By the end of my first hour with the triplets, I'd gone through 14 indestructible, toys, 3 reinforced play mats, and 1 very unfortunate maintenance droid that made the mistake of beeping too aggressively in their general direction. "Okay, kids," I said, watching as little Trix systematically dismantled what had previously been an industrial-grade climbing frame. "Let's try something different." Vex and Rix, the other 2 cubs, paused their game of who can headbutt the hardest to stare at me with all 4 of their eyes. I'd quickly learned that this level of focused attention from Vrexthier cubs usually preceded either a brilliant moment of interspecies bonding or complete chaos. The odds were about 10 to 90 in favor of chaos. I reached into my emergency kit, which by now resembled a doomsday prepper's panic room, and pulled out my secret weapon, a roll of bubble wrap. The cub's head frills perked up immediately. "Now I know what you're thinking," I said, slowly unrolling the precious cargo. "This looks suspiciously like that boring force field material your parent wrapped around your transport pod. But watch this." I popped 1 bubble. The reaction was instantaneous. All 3 cubs froze, their sensory whiskers vibrating at what I'm pretty sure was the exact frequency of pure joy. Their secondary mouths dropped open in perfect synchronized amazement. "Yeah," I grinned, popping another bubble. "That's right. Each one makes its own unique sound. It's like a puzzle and a snack wrapper combined." Of course, that's when Ambassador Krill decided to make their surprise inspection visit. They burst through the door in full diplomatic regalia, probably expecting to catch me failing miserably at handling their precious offspring. Instead, they found their cubs sitting in a circle, taking turns carefully popping bubbles with their claws while I taught them how to make different pitch sounds by varying the pressure. We'd even worked out the first few notes of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Though our version sounded more like a garbage compactor having an existential crisis. The ambassador's mandibles did that weird twitchy thing again. "What exactly are you doing with my cubs?" Teaching them the basics of acoustic physics through interactive play, I replied smoothly. "Thank you, 3 years of working in retail, I could now BS with the best of them. It helps develop fine motor control and promotes cooperative learning behaviors." I carefully didn't mention that I'd discovered this technique by accident when I was unpacking some new equipment, and the cubs went absolutely bonkers over the sound. Sometimes the best teaching moments come from happy accidents and mild property damage. "And this is safe?" They eyed the bubble wrap suspiciously, probably trying to calculate its tensile strength and toxicity levels. "Completely harmless," I assured them. "Though I should warn you, they might try to recreate the popping sounds at home by crushing your furniture. But hey, at least they're not eating it anymore, right?" That's when little Vex decided to demonstrate their new skill by performing a perfect rendition of what I'm pretty sure was the Vrexthier national anthem in bubble wrap pops. The ambassador's secondary mouth dropped open in what I hoped was impressed surprise rather than horrified rage. "That's actually the traditional hatchling's first hunt melody," they said weakly. "How did they?" "Oh, you know how it is," I waved casually. "Kids pick up everything. Yesterday they learned about gravitational constants by watching me chase down a floating Jovian infant who got too excited about their lunch. Did you know that if you combine anti-grav diapers with pureed quantum carrots, you can break at least 3 laws of physics?" The ambassador made a sound that might have been a laugh, if laughs could sound like someone strangling a saxophone. "You are. Not what I expected, Caretaker Maxwell." "Thanks." I think I was about to elaborate when the station's lights flickered ominously. The cubs, naturally, took this as a signal to begin their favorite game, Let's All Pounce on Parker at Once. As I went down under a pile of happily chirping apex predator babies, I caught sight of Dr. Nix L.A. in the doorway, their eye stalks all pointing in different directions, never a good sign. "Parker," they said in that too calm voice that meant something had gone terribly wrong, "we may have a slight situation developing." And that's when the real fun began. Remember, kids, always keep extra bubble wrap in your emergency kit. You never know when you'll need to entertain a group of alien cubs during what's about to become the most interesting shift of your career. You know that moment when everything goes wrong at once, and you realize all your jokes about being prepared for anything are about to be put to the test? Yeah, this was that moment. The station's lights didn't just flicker this time, they died completely, leaving us in the eerie red glow of emergency lighting. The gentle hum of environmental systems, that background noise you never notice until it's gone, faded into silence. And because the universe has a sense of humor, this happened right as Ambassador Krill was leaving for the biggest diplomatic summit of the cycle. "The backup systems will engage momentarily," Dr. Nix L.A. assured everyone, their eye stalks swiveling independently to monitor all corners of the room. though I noticed they were slowly backing away from the door, which was never a good sign. They were right about the backup systems engaging. They were wrong about it helping. The ventilation kicked in with a wheeze that sounded like a chain-smoking elephant trying to play a kazoo. The air that began circulating had a distinctly wrong quality to it, not immediately dangerous, but definitely not the carefully maintained atmospheric mix our various species needed. I watched as the environmental readout on my wrist display standard issue for all caregivers dealing with multi-species children began showing numbers that made absolutely no sense. The temperature was fluctuating wildly, humidity was doing things that defied several laws of physics, and the atmospheric composition was starting to resemble a bad day on Venus. This is suboptimal, I said, using what Dr. Nix LA called my suspiciously calm human voice. The Vrextheer cubs, who had been contentedly shredding their 15th set of unbreakable toys, suddenly went still. Their sensory whiskers began vibrating in that way that meant they were picking up something the rest of us couldn't yet detect. Given that Vrextheer evolved as apex predators on a death world that made Australia look like a petting zoo, this was concerning. The summit chamber ambassador Krill's voice crackled through the emergency comm system, appears to be sealed, with all of us inside it. By all of us they meant every adult Vrextheer on the station, along with about 24 other species diplomatic representatives, which explained why the cubs' whiskers were doing their best impression of seismographs during an earthquake. They could sense their parents' growing anxiety. The environmental systems in the summit chamber are. Struggling, the ambassador continued, their voice carrying that special tone that meant I'm trying very hard not to panic but seriously considering it as an option. That's when I noticed the temperature was dropping. Not in the gentle someone left the window open way, but in the who ordered liquid nitrogen for breakfast way. The cubs huddled closer together, their scales beginning to dull, a sure sign they were getting too cold. Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks all curved into what I recognized as their were completely screwed position. The emergency shelter is 3 levels down, they said, but with the lifts non-functional and the main corridors potentially compromised. I looked at my charge's 3 Vrextheer cubs, 2 Jovian gas floaters gently bobbing near the ceiling, a clutch of Martian crystal crawler eggs that were starting to pulse worryingly, and various other assorted alien younglings who all had very specific environmental needs that were rapidly not being met. Right, I said, reaching for my emergency kit. Time for Plan H. Plan H, Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks straightened in confusion. Yeah, you know Plan Human. I started pulling out supplies, emergency thermal blankets, portable atmosphere generators, and yes, more bubble wrap. Because when all else fails, you can count on humans to come up with a completely ridiculous plan that has no business working but somehow does anyway. The cubs perked up as I pulled out the bubble wrap, probably hoping for another music lesson. Sorry kids, this time it was for insulation. Though I had to admit, the popping sounds might come in handy for keeping everyone calm during what was about to become the galaxy's most unusual evacuation. Dr. Nix LA, I said, wrapping the crystal crawler eggs in thermal blankets while simultaneously using my foot to prevent Trix from eating a piece of the now failing environmental control panel. I'm going to need you to trust me on this one. All 6 of their eye stalks focused on me with laser intensity. The last time you said that, we ended up with a zero-gravity ballet performance by the Plutonian slug tots. Hey, they won first prize in the station's talent show, didn't they? I grinned, already mentally plotting our route to the emergency shelter. Besides, this time will be much more interesting. We're about to attempt something that's either going to be a brilliant display of human ingenuity or the galaxy's most memorable daycare disaster. The lights flickered again, and the temperature dropped another few degrees. The cubs huddled closer to me, their scales now a concerning shade of gray. When you say interesting, Dr. Nix LA began, I mean we're about to find out exactly why humans are considered either the galaxy's best or craziest babysitters. I hoisted my emergency kit onto my shoulder and scooped up the nearest cub. Now, who's ready for an adventure? The answering chorus of chirps, whistles, and what might have been either excited squeals or warning sirens, it's hard to tell with Jovian gas floaters, suggested that at least some of our charges were up for it. The rest were probably just looking forward to the chaos that inevitably followed human emergency planning. And chaos, my friends, was about to become our best friend. Because when you're responsible for a dozen alien kids with wildly different biological needs, and everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, sometimes the only solution is to embrace the madness and hope your species' reputation for pulling off the impossible holds true for just one more day. Spoiler alert, it did. Though I'm still not sure how we're going to explain the thing with the maintenance droid and the makeshift petting zoo to station management. Listen, I've had some interesting days as a daycare worker. There was the time we had to convince a baby Neptunian cloud whale that the station's plasma conduits weren't food. Or that memorable afternoon when a Martian crystal crawler decided to metamorphose a day early and we all learned that soundproof rooms aren't necessarily crystalline psychic resonance proof. But leading a parade of alien children through failing station corridors while juggling environmental needs that contradicted several laws of physics, that was definitely going in my top 5. Everyone stay together, I called out, checking my wrist display for the umpteenth time. Jovian floaters, remember your buddy system. No tricks. The wall panels are not snacks, I don't care how shiny they are. Dr. Nixele glided alongside me, all 6 eye stalks swiveling in different directions like the world's most anxious surveillance system. The atmospheric pressure is becoming problematic. That was an understatement. The corridor ahead was starting to look like a heat mirage, which was impressive considering it was also approaching temperatures that would make a penguin ask for a sweater. The station's environmental systems weren't just failing, they were having what humans would call a mental breakdown. Okay, time for a creativity check, I muttered, pulling up short at a junction. The cubs, who had been surprisingly well behaved, only 3 attempted escapes and 1 half-hearted attempt to eat a light fixture, clustered around my legs. We've got 3 possible routes to the emergency shelter. One's too hot, one's too cold, and one's got gravity fluctuations that would make a roller coaster jealous. Perhaps we should, Dr. Nixele began, but they were interrupted by a distant sound that reminded me of a garbage disposal trying to digest a metal chair. Change of plans, I announced, quickly distributing emergency gear. Everyone grab a buddy and a thermal blanket. Jovian floaters, you're our advanced scouts. Those gas bags of yours are perfect for detecting pressure changes. Crystal crawler eggs go in the insulated carrier, and somebody please make sure Vex stops trying to adopt that maintenance droid. The droid in question beeped pathetically as Vex attempted to groom it with their secondary tongue. At least the cub's parental instincts were kicking in at a convenient time. But the designated evacuation routes, Dr. Nixele protested, are probably about as useful as a chocolate teapot right now, I finished, already hurting our charges toward what maintenance logs labeled as Storage Shaft 7B, but what I discovered was actually a pretty decent shortcut during my late-night snack runs. Sometimes you have to think outside the box, or in this case, inside the maintenance shafts. That's when I unveiled my secret weapon, the anti-grav card I'd modified for just such an occasion. Well, technically I'd modified it for moving heavy supplies, but I'd always suspected it might come in handy for an impromptu evacuation. All aboard the HMS, please don't let this plan fail, I announced with more cheer than the situation probably warranted. Crystal crawler eggs in the padded compartment, smaller species in the main carriage, and Vrexthier cubs. Well, you 3 just keep doing what you're doing. What they were doing, as it turned out, was forming a surprisingly effective honor guard around the cart, their predator instincts apparently extending to protecting smaller species in times of crisis. Who knew apex predator cubs could be so helpful when they weren't trying to eat the furniture? This is highly irregular, Dr. Nixele observed as I began securing everyone in place with a combination of safety harnesses and what might have been slightly too much bubble wrap. Irregular is what humans do best, I replied, checking the cart's power supply. Besides, irregular beats frozen, cooked, or subjected to gravity that can't make up its mind. The next 20 minutes were a blur of problem solving that would have made MacGyver proud. We used emergency thermal blankets as makeshift slides over the really bad patches. The Jovian floaters turned out to be excellent at neutralizing gravity fluctuations when properly motivated. Turns out they really like those quantum carrots I keep in my emergency kit. And the Vrexthier cubs? They apparently have a previously undocumented talent for detecting structural weaknesses before they become structural failures. Left here, I called out as Rix's whiskers started vibrating like crazy. 3 seconds later, the corridor we would have taken collapsed with a sound that suggested the station's architects might want to review their warranty policies. We had to stop twice, once for an emergency diaper change that violated at least 3 laws of thermodynamics, and once because the Martian crystal crawler eggs decided this was the perfect time to start their pre-hatching harmonics. Do you know how hard it is to maintain a stable resonance field with makeshift equipment, while also preventing 3 overexcited Vrexthier cubs from investigating what they probably thought was the world's most interesting sound toy? But the real challenge came when we reached the final stretch. The emergency shelter was just ahead, through a section of corridor that was alternating between sauna and deep freeze every 30 seconds. Well, I said, looking at my charges who were all displaying various species-appropriate signs of either excitement or terror with some species, it's really hard to tell the difference, who's ready to learn about human timing. Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks all curved in that way that meant they were calculating the odds of survival and not liking the results. Please tell me you're not planning what I think you're planning. I grinned, pulling out my last emergency thermal blanket and what was definitely not supposed to be a repurposed plasma conduit regulator. Doctor, let me introduce you to a time-honored human tradition, the running grid ball play. As I started explaining my plan, I could have sworn I heard the station itself groan in anticipation. Or maybe that was just another environmental system giving up the ghost. Either way, we were about to give the station's security cameras footage that would probably end up in both the How Not to Handle Emergencies training videos and the Why Humans Are Terrifying orientation package for new diplomatic staff. The best part? This wasn't even the craziest part of our day. That was still coming up. But hey, at least the Cubs were having fun. Though I'm pretty sure teaching them to use their natural electromagnetic field generation abilities to help power makeshift environmental shields wasn't in my job description. Then again, neither was turning an emergency evacuation into an impromptu physics lesson, but sometimes you have to multitask. Here's the thing about emergency shelters, they're great in theory, but they tend to forget that emergency doesn't always mean exactly the kind of emergency we planned for when we finally reached the shelter's entrance. I discovered two very important facts. First, the environmental controls were stuck in what the display helpfully described as default mode, which I'm pretty sure was computer speak for good luck dealing with this mess. Second, the backup power system was being about as cooperative as a cat at bath time. Well, I said, staring at the control panel that was blinking in what I chose to interpret as a mocking manner, this is less than ideal. Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks were doing their best impression of an anxiety-driven interpretive dance. The shelter's atmospheric processors cannot maintain separate environments for multiple species in this condition. The Cubs, who had been remarkably well behaved during our adventure through the station's maintenance shafts, chose this moment to demonstrate why their species was considered the galaxy's apex predators. Trix started methodically testing the shelter's wall panels for structural weaknesses, while Vex and Rix coordinated what appeared to be a tactical assessment of the ventilation system. That's when I had what Dr. Nix LA would later call one of those terrifying human moments of inspiration. "Hey kids," I said, reaching into my now considerably lighter emergency kit, "who wants to help build a fort?" The universal translator hiccuped, trying to convey the concept of fort to multiple species at once, but some ideas transcend language. The Cubs' whiskers perked up immediately, and even the Jovian gas floaters bobbed with interest. Parker, Dr. Nix LA said in that tone that meant they were trying very hard to be patient, "This is hardly the time for implementing an emergency environmental control solution using available materials and cooperative effort." I grinned, already laying out supplies. I couldn't agree more. "Trix, sweetie, that support beam is load-bearing. Let's find you something else to chew on." What followed was either the galaxy's most impressive display of improvisational engineering or its most elaborate playdate, possibly both. We used thermal blankets and portable force field generators to create separate environmental zones. The Vrexthier Cubs, it turned out, were surprisingly good at maintaining the structural integrity of our makeshift habitats once I convinced them it was a game of protect the nest. The Jovian floaters used their natural buoyancy to help create air circulation patterns that would have made a fluid dynamics professor weep with joy. The crystal crawler eggs, which had finally decided to start their hatching sequence, actually helped stabilize the temperature gradients with their crystalline resonance. This is Dr. Nix LA observed as our shelter within a shelter took shape, actually working. "Never underestimate the combined power of desperate humans and cooperative children," I replied, using bubble wrap and emergency sealant to reinforce a particularly tricky corner. "Besides, this isn't even the craziest thing I've built with daycare supplies. Remember the great glitter incident of last month? We had unanimously agreed never to speak of that again. The real breakthrough came when little Rix, who had been watching me jury rig a pressure regulator, suddenly chittered in what I recognized as their 'I have an idea' sound. Before anyone could react, they had gathered their siblings and positioned them around the main environmental control unit. Of course I snapped my fingers, probably a bit too enthusiastically given how it made the Martian crystal crawlers vibrate. Vrexthier natural electromagnetic field generation. Dr. Nix LA, remember how the Cubs were affecting the maintenance droid's circuits earlier? All 6 eye stalks widened in comprehension. You can't possibly mean to use the Cub's natural abilities to help stabilize the shelter's power systems. That's exactly what I mean. I knelt down to eye level with the Cubs. What do you say, kids? Want to help save the day? Their answer was to immediately begin generating an electromagnetic field that made my hair stand on end and the shelter's systems light up like a Christmas tree, having an existential crisis. Careful with the harmonics, I coached, watching the power reading stabilize. That's it, just like the bubble wrap music. Nice and steady. The next few minutes were a blur of adjustments, improvisations, and what might have technically been several violations of physics as we understood it. The crystal crawler eggs hatched at exactly the right moment to create a resonance pattern that helped stabilize the Cub's electromagnetic field. The Jovian floaters instinctively positioned themselves to optimize air circulation. Even the maintenance droid Vex had adopted got in on the act, its partially rewired systems somehow contributing to our jerry-rigged environmental controls. Parker, Dr. Nix LA said quietly as we watched our various charges work together in what could only be described as a symphony of cooperative chaos. I believe you may have accidentally invented a new form of xenotechnology. Nah, I waved dismissively, even as I made a mental note to write this up for the Xenopediatrics journal later. This is just classic human emergency improvisation combined with good old-fashioned teamwork. Speaking of which, the shelter's main display, which had been showing various alert messages in at least 12 different languages, suddenly cleared. The power reading stabilized. The environmental controls stopped their impression of a malfunctioning disco and settled into a steady hum. And that's when the shelter's door chimed, announcing the arrival of some very worried alien parents who were about to discover their children had just helped save the day through the power of cooperative fort building. So I said to the Cubs, who were looking entirely too pleased with themselves, who's ready to show their parents what they learned about emergency management and environmental engineering. The answering chorus of happy chirps was probably audible 3 decks away, though that might have been because they had figured out how to amplify their vocalizations using the shelter's acoustic systems. Who says you can't combine childcare with advanced xenotechnology? Fun fact, trying to explain to a room full of diplomatic representatives how their children helped save the day through the power of fort building and improvisational engineering is exactly as challenging as it sounds. Especially when half your audience consists of apex predators who are still trying to process the fact that their Cubs learned to play musical bubble wrap. So you see, I concluded, standing before the hastily convened emergency session of the station's diplomatic council, the environmental crisis actually provided an unexpected opportunity for practical education in xenobiology, cooperative problem solving, and emergency management. Ambassador Krill's mandibles were doing that thing again, but this time I was pretty sure it was amusement. Probably. I mean, they hadn't eaten me yet, which I took as a positive sign. You turned an emergency evacuation, they said slowly, into a teaching opportunity. Well, technically the kids turned it into a teaching opportunity. I just provided the bubble wrap and refused to panic. I shrugged. Sometimes the best lessons happen when everything goes wrong in exactly the right way. The council chamber erupted in what I chose to interpret as positive chaos. The Jovian representatives were releasing pleased pheromones that made everyone's hair stand on end. The Martian delegation was resonating at their species equivalent of enthusiastic applause. And the Vrextier. Well, they were doing something with their secondary mouths that looked either very approving or deeply threatening. Furthermore, Dr. Nix LA added, their eye stalks curved in what I now recognized as pride. Caretaker Maxwell's methods have resulted in unprecedented advances in cross-species cooperation among our younger charges. The crystal crawler hatchlings have formed a symbiotic relationship with the Vrextier Cubs. And the Jovian floaters are showing remarkable progress in their spatial awareness training. They're using the Cubs' electromagnetic fields as navigation beacons, I explained. Turns out apex predator babies make excellent teaching assistants when they're not trying to eat the furniture. That's when Ambassador Krill did something unprecedented in the history of human-Vrextier relations. They laughed. Not the usual predatory chuckle that made most species check their evacuation routes, but a genuine laugh that sounded like a combination of purring and wind chimes. The Vrextier Dominion, they announced, mandibles still twitching with amusement, would like to formally request that Caretaker Maxwell be appointed as the official guardian for all Vrextier young on this station. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of Dr. Nix LA's eye stalks all swiveling to stare at me at once. Thank you, I managed, trying not to show how much I was internally freaking out. Though I should probably mention that my lion whispering credentials might have been slightly exaggerated. You maintained the safety and well-being of our cubs during a station-wide crisis, Ambassador Krill replied. You taught them valuable skills through what I'm told is the human concept of play, and most importantly, you showed them how to cooperate with other species without compromising their predatory instincts. They paused, all four eyes glinting. The fact that you did this while apparently making up most of your plan as you went along only makes it more impressive. That's kind of our species' specialty, I admitted. We call it winging it with style. And that, believe it or not, is how I became the first human officially entrusted with the care of Rex Thier young. It's also how the station's daycare center ended up with a permanent emergency fort building supplies section, and why the Xenopediatrics manual now includes a chapter on innovative cross-species cooperation techniques, human edition. The cubs? They're doing great. We've moved on from bubble wrap music to what I'm calling synchronized electromagnetic resonance art. The maintenance droid that Vex adopted is now our official classroom assistant, though it still beeps nervously whenever anyone mentions the evacuation incident. Dr. Nix LA has stopped having anxiety attacks every time I announce I have an idea, though they do keep an emergency response team on standby, just in case. The Crystal Crawler hatchlings have formed what amounts to a fan club for the Vrex Thier cubs, and the Jovian floaters are teaching everyone the basics of zero-gravity dance. As for me? Well, let's just say my emergency kit now includes twice as much bubble wrap, a complete fort-building toolkit, and a note from the station's engineering department begging me to please warn them the next time I plan to revolutionize xenotechnology through the power of improvised childcare. But hey, at least no one questions my qualifications anymore. Though I still haven't told them about the Wolverines being stuffed animals. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. And if anyone asks how humans became the galaxy's most trusted babysitters, just tell them it's because we know that sometimes the best solution to a crisis is a combination of quick thinking, endless adaptability, and an emergency supply of bubble wrap. Trust me, it works every time. Usually, most of the time. Okay, at least 60% of the time, but those are pretty good odds in the childcare business. End note: the station's safety protocols now include a section titled The Maxwell Protocols for Unexpected Cross-Species Cooperation. I'm trying not to let it go to my head, but the cubs did make me a crown out of spare parts and bubble wrap, so I think a little pride is justified.
Kieran Thorne didn't expect to start an interstellar incident during his first week at the Galactic Cultural Exchange University, but then again, he hadn't expected the university's cafeteria to serve something that looked like violet mashed potatoes and hissed when poked either. He stood in the middle of the common room of Dorm Unit 12, clutching a wriggling carrier in his arms, while a dozen alien eyes, some stalked, some faceted, some surprisingly human, stared at him in absolute horror. From within the carrier, a low growl emerged. "I told you he doesn't like strangers," Kieran muttered, lifting the carrier to eye level. "You're fine, buddy. Just a couple of curious classmates. No need to go full jungle panther." A rounded, translucent being named Velor recoiled, its gelatinous surface rippling violently. "That is not a containment unit. That is inadequate. The predator is alert. Why would you bring such a being into a dormitory unrestrained?" Kieran set the carrier down gently, opened the mesh lid, and reached inside. A striped orange paw slapped his hand. Yeah, I get it, you're the boss." Then he pulled out the cat. It was an average-sized domestic feline, tail twitching, ears tilted slightly back, and eyes glaring with the disdain only a cat could muster. The aliens gasped. "He's not a predator," Kieran said, cradling the cat under its front legs as it dangled. "This is Diesel. He is a house cat. He sleeps on my bed." Silence. Then panic. A tall, insectile being named Herox flared its winged limbs and backed into a wall. "You allow that? That? Apex carnivore to share your resting space? That creature is designed to silence prey without warning. It has retractable claws and forward-facing eyes. It is a hunter." "He purrs when you scratch under his chin," Kieran replied. "He also refuses to eat anything that isn't shaped like a fish or chicken nugget." A flat-bodied creature named Skeen unrolled from the ceiling duct and dropped onto the floor with a wet slop. "You sleep near it voluntarily? While unconscious? You surrender your vulnerability to a predator?" He curls up behind my knees. It's nice. Warm. Herox's exoskeleton audibly creaked. "Does it not attack?" only if I move too fast during belly rubs. Diesel leapt from Kieran's arms and strutted across the floor like he owned the universe. The crowd parted, terrified. He sniffed a small, rodent-sized being named Triv, who immediately fainted. Kieran knelt to check on Triv, who was breathing, just overwhelmed. Okay, maybe I should have introduced him more gently. You brought a predator into a peaceful interspecies enclave, Vylor bellowed. I brought a pet cat, Kieran stood up. Back on Earth, millions of people have them. We've domesticated them for thousands of years. That creature is not domesticated, Skeen shrieked, eyeing Diesel as he began sharpening his claws on the corner of a low table support leg. It is performing a territorial display. Kieran picked Diesel up again. He's also neutered. No one seemed reassured by that. By the time the dorm supervisor, a fuzzy, blue-skinned being named Growlithe, arrived, half the students had barricaded themselves behind furniture, and Diesel had eaten a piece of synthetic fish from someone's tray. Growlithe's domed eyes blinked slowly. Thorn. What is this? This is Diesel. He's my ESA, emotional support animal, cleared by Interspecies Health Regulations, Section 12, Clause 5. You brought a terrestrial predator into shared housing? He's a cat. Growlithe looked at Diesel. Diesel yawned, showing all his teeth. Growlithe sighed. You will attend a cultural acclamation hearing at midday. Do not let him out of your room again until then. Yes, sir. Diesel flicked his tail in what Kieran assumed was a gesture of smug victory. Back in his quarters, Kieran set Diesel on the bed and slumped into the desk chair. Diesel immediately curled into a loaf beside his pillow and began grooming his paw with complete indifference to the diplomatic chaos he'd caused. You know, Kieran said, looking over, we're not making a great first impression. Diesel sneezed. The hearing was held in a circular room with hovering platforms for various species. Kieran sat alone at the center, Diesel in his carrier beneath the table. A panel of 5 faculty members representing different species presided. Growlithe opened the proceedings. Kieran Thorn, you are requested to justify the presence of a biological predator from Earth in a shared living space with prey-identified species. Kieran stood. Respectfully, Diesel is not a threat. He's been raised in a domestic environment since he was a kitten. He doesn't hunt, he naps, he eats, he ignores me unless it's feeding time. A being with a long neck and delicate fins named Professor Miel leaned forward. Is it not true that domestic cats retain all instinctual predatory behaviors? In theory, sure, Kieran said. But so do humans, and we've managed to get along with over 600 species on this campus. Your species is not the concern, said a deep-voiced, rock-skinned being named Aurochs. You are an apex predator. You understand the codes of dominance and control. Prey species do not. I can keep Diesel contained, Kieran offered, but isolating him constantly would affect his well-being. He's used to companionship. He sleeps on my bed. That did it. The room erupted. He shares your nesting platform? You allow nightly proximity to a fanged carnivore? Miel tapped a fin on the console. Order, order! Kieran waited until the noise died. Look, I get it. You're not used with cats for thousands of years. They've been part of our civilizations, our homes, our lives. He's not a weapon. He's my friend. He's helped me through things. He hesitated, then added, I lost someone. Diesel was there. He slept next to me when I couldn't sleep. He woke me up when I forgot to eat. He kept me alive. So yeah, I let him sleep on my bed. I need him. There was silence. Then a small voice from the back, May I see him? It was Triv, the fainting, rodent-like student, now standing with a tremble. Kieran looked to the panel. Growlithe nodded. He knelt and opened the carrier. Diesel blinked lazily and stepped out, tail up. Kieran kept a hand on his back. Triv approached, slowly. Diesel sniffed the air, then sat, beginning to groom a hind leg. Triv inched closer, then stopped. May I touch him? You can try, but he's picky. Triv extended a tiny paw. Diesel stared at it for a long moment, then leaned forward and licked it once. Triv made a squeaking noise and dropped to sit cross-legged on the floor, stunned. Diesel climbed into his lap. The room gasped. Kieran smiled. "Told you, he's not so bad." Professor Meal leaned back. "Perhaps a monitored integration trial is acceptable." Growlith nodded. "Agreed. Kieran Thorne, Diesel's access to common spaces will be restricted to designated hours and under supervision. Do you accept these terms?" "Yes, sir." "Then this matter is provisionally resolved." As Kieran carried Diesel back to his room, Triv followed him, still wide-eyed. "Does he do that often? Choose people?" "Sometimes. When he likes someone. I have never been liked by a predator before." Kieran laughed. "Welcome to Earth culture." That night, Diesel curled up behind Kirion's knees as usual. Kirion stared up at the ceiling, wondering how many more surprises this place had in store. But for now, Diesel was purring, and the galaxy hadn't exploded. Yet, the next morning, Kieran woke up to find Diesel standing on his chest, staring directly into his face, like a disapproving landlord. "You need something?" Kieran croaked, voice hoarse from sleep. The Diesel blinked once, tail flicking. Then he stepped off slowly and stalked to the door, pausing beside his food bowl with the silent weight of royal expectation. Kieran groaned, swung his legs over the side of the bed and limped toward the nutrition unit. His left ankle gave a tiny pop, probably from the weird way he'd slept, half curled to avoid kicking Diesel. He dropped a pouch of rehydrated chicken blend into the dispenser. "You know, I could have gone to any university. Earth has entire planet-side academies, but no. I picked the one with 17 species and not a single cat lover." Diesel didn't respond, already chewing with the enthusiasm of a creature who believed every meal might be the last. By third bell, Kieran arrived at his comparative biology lab and immediately realized something was off. The classroom, normally a hum of clicking mandibles, fluttering tendrils, and low-frequency chittering, had gone silent when he entered. All heads turned toward him. A bipedal student with a semi-translucent thorax and iridescent eyes stepped forward. "I have a question," she said, her voice harmonizing across two tones. "Is it true that your companion can survive terminal falls?" Kieran squinted. "You mean Diesel?" "Yes, it was relayed to me that he can descend from elevated structures multiple times his own height without structural compromise." "Cats have a righting reflex," he said. "They twist mid-air to land on their feet. Doesn't mean they're invincible. Why?" "I may have misunderstood the boundaries of terrestrial physics," she admitted. "I attempted to replicate the maneuver with my nesting sibling. The results were unfavorable." An awkward pause. "You threw your sibling off something?" "From a ventilation duct. He is still recovering." Before Kieran could respond, Professor Engitha entered, her carapace glinting under the overhead lights. She gestured for the students to take their seats with a wave of her clawed digits. Kieran sat near the back. He noticed Triv already there, seated on a foam perch adapted for his species, eyes locked onto Kieran like he was about to reveal a sacred scroll. Engitha began her lecture on cross-species neural architecture, but partway through, her compound eyes swiveled toward Kieran. "Mr. Thorne, your feline's ocular structure, describe its function?" Kieran blinked, unprepared. Cats have vertical slit pupils. They adjust faster than round ones. Helps them hunt in low light." "Interesting. And the tapetum lucidum?" "A reflective layer behind the retina. It bounces light back through the photoreceptors, gives them better night vision, makes their eyes glow in the dark." A clicking sound spread through the students. "He carries biological night vision," murmured a student with spiraled antennae. "Would he be capable of stealth termination in low-visibility environments?" asked another with layered scales. "No," Kieran said. "He's terrified of ceiling fans." Engitha tilted her head. "Yet he is a predator. He mostly attacks my socks." After class, Triv followed Kieran down the corridor. His tiny legs moved quickly to keep pace. "I have questions," he said. "Of course you do. May I observe Diesel's feeding behavior?" "You mean watch him eat?" "Yes, and perhaps his grooming rituals." I've begun a thesis. Kieran sighed. Fine. But if he scratches you, I'm not writing the incident report. That afternoon, Triv arrived at Kieran's room carrying a small tablet and a container of something that smelled like steamed mushrooms. He perched on the edge of the desk while Diesel lay sprawled across the pillow, completely uninterested in company. Triv began taking notes. He appears to be in torpor, he said. He's napping. Does he do this frequently? Yes. And then what happens? Then he wakes up. Sometimes he attacks my feet. Triv recorded this with alarming seriousness. Fascinating. Diesel opened one eye, tracked Triv for a few seconds, then yawned, and resumed his nap. Triv crept closer and extended a tentative paw toward Diesel's tail. I wouldn't. Diesel's paw shot out and batted Triv's wrist gently, claws sheathed. Triv fell backward off the desk in surprise. Kieran leaned over. You okay? I believe I have been accepted into his social circle. Sure, let's go with that. By the evening cycle, a soft chime on Kieran's door signaled another visitor. He opened it to find Skeen, the flat-bodied student who had previously tried to hide in the ceiling duct. I have brought tribute, Skeen announced, holding out a small sachet of dried fish flakes. It is my attempt at reconciliation. You want to feed him? I wish to observe. From a safe distance. Through a barrier, perhaps. Kieran took the sachet and stepped aside. Diesel was now perched on the windowsill, watching light patterns ripple across the dome shielding. Skeen flattened himself against the far wall, pseudopods tucked close. Does he know I am here? Probably. He just doesn't care. Kieran poured the flakes into a dish and set it near the bed. Diesel patted over, gave it a cursory sniff, then began eating. Skeen stared. There is no ritual? No pack hierarchy? No display of dominance? He just eats. I don't understand. Such a creature would rule my homeworld. Diesel rules this room, Kieran admitted. I just pay rent. An hour later, a fourth-year student named Ulan arrived. He was tall, plant-based, and emitted a faint, minty aroma. Without greeting, he stepped inside, holding a spherical device. I heard your feline can detect seismic activity before it registers on standard sensors. Kieran stared. Where are you all hearing this stuff? There is a student forum. His reputation is growing. Some believe he is an oracle. He knocked a water glass off my nightstand. That's it. May I test his response to harmonic tremors? Diesel, now lounging belly up on the rug, sneezed. Ulan activated the device. It emitted a low pulse. Diesel rolled over and stared at it, unimpressed. Then he stood, walked over, and sat directly on top of it. Ulan looked stunned. He is suppressing the anomaly. No, he just likes warm things. I must reevaluate my entire thesis. By nightfall, Kieran had fielded 4 more visitors and was seriously considering putting up a sign. Diesel had received offerings of synthetic feathers, a laser pointer shaped like a beetle, and a miniature hammock that he immediately rejected. Triv remained, now curled up on a folded towel near the base of the bed, scribbling notes with a stylus. You know this is weird, right? Kieran said, brushing his teeth. Extremely. Okay, as long as we agree. Diesel jumped onto the bed and began kneading the blanket. Triv watched closely. What is this behavior? It's called making biscuits. He's constructing food? No, he's just being a cat. I don't understand him. Neither do I. Kieran turned off the light. Diesel settled behind his knees. From the towel, Triv whispered, "Do you think he would allow me to sleep closer?" "You can try." There was a pause. Then the quiet sound of paws padding across the floor. Diesel sniffed Triv once, then climbed onto his back and curled there like a scarf. Triv didn't move. "I am honored beyond comprehension," he whispered. Kieran smiled in the dark. Welcome to the Pride. The next cycle began with a floor-wide alert. Kieran had just finished a protein bar shaped like a hexagonal prism and was brushing crumbs off his shirt when a pulsing green notification blinked across his room's wall display. He tapped it with a grimace, half expecting another diplomatic inquiry about Diesel's aura of menace. Instead, it was a hygiene breach report. Unit 12's ventilation system had registered organic particulate anomalies, traced to a specific room. His. He turned. Diesel was mid-roll on the carpet, flinging tufts of fur into the air like a snow globe in a centrifuge. Oh, come on. Within 15 minutes, a sanitation drone hovered outside his door, accompanied by a staff member from facilities, a pale, amphibious creature with translucent skin and no discernible neck. I'm required to verify the domestic contamination, the staffer said, peering past Kieran. Kieran stepped aside, gesturing at Diesel, who had now perched atop the desk and was licking one leg while shedding fur at a visible rate. I offered to vacuum. The shedding exceeds acceptable density coefficients for shared atmospheric systems, the staffer replied. This unit is now flagged for mandatory particulate suppression. So what, you're going to seal it? We will install a microfiltration barrier around the perimeter. You may enter and exit. The feline may not. Diesel sneezed, leapt from the desk, and batted at the hovering drone with one paw. The staffer recoiled. It recognizes electronic devices as prey? No, he just hates buzzing. We will return with containment mesh. The drone beeped twice and zipped away. Kieran closed the door behind them and turned to Diesel, who now occupied the center of his pillow like a smug monument. Well, you've been officially declared a biohazard. Congratulations. Diesel rolled onto his back and stretched. By late midday, the mesh had been installed, a faintly shimmering field across his doorway that filtered air and particles but posed no resistance to solid matter. Diesel, apparently unbothered, tested it once with a paw and then ignored it entirely. Triv arrived not long after, holding a stack of data slates and a small container of dried fruit. They've assigned a secondary air processor to this unit, he said, setting his things down. Your cat is now responsible for a 10% increase in our energy allocation. He's never satisfied unless he's changing global infrastructure. Triv set down the fruit. I brought this for you. I wasn't sure if humans snack during stress-induced containment events. They do, thanks. Triv hesitated. I also wanted to ask you something. May I collect a fur sample? Kieran raised an eyebrow. For what? There's a theory circulating that Diesel's fur contains allergenic compounds, potent enough to disable Varnathi's respiratory node. Kieran sighed. You're going to find out it's just dander. Still, for science. Fine, use the brush. Triv retrieved the soft-bristled grooming tool from the shelf with reverence, then approached Diesel cautiously. The cat watched him with narrowed eyes, but didn't move. One slow stroke, then another. Triv's ears twitched. It's softer than I expected. Don't tell him that, he'll get arrogant. The grooming continued for several minutes, during which Diesel began purring loudly enough to vibrate the desk. I think he's bonding with you, Kieran said. Triv looked up. How will I know if I'm accepted as kin? If he kneads your stomach like dough or brings you an insect, you're in. Triv tilted his head. That is a gift exchange ritual? More or less. There was a sudden knock. A second-year engineering student with rust-colored scales and a belt full of tools stood in the entryway, fidgeting. I heard about the filtration mesh, she said. I designed an airflow optimization module for enclosed habitats. I thought maybe your cat could help me test diffusion variables. Kieran stared. You want my cat to test your ductwork? Yes, his fur dispersion could be mapped across vector currents. If we introduce trace dye particles to the shedding, we might visualize airflow in real time. Diesel yawned. Fine, Kieran said, but he's not going into any ducts. An hour later, Diesel sat beneath a ventilation intake while the student released a harmless vapor laced with color-reactive particles. As Diesel groomed himself and casually shed, the room's air currents lit up in soft blue swirls, tracing eddies and turbulence patterns. The student gasped. I've never seen such a naturally ideal particulate source. Kieran folded his arms. He's not a machine. No, she said, he's a miracle. Diesel sneezed again. By dusk, the novelty had reached campus security. A large armored being with a single optical sensor and a badge reading Director of Safety arrived at Kieran's door. The creature has triggered 3 non-compliance alerts in shared zones, he said, holding up a tablet. These include unauthorized interception of food trays, occupation of restricted perches, and tail contact with a sensitive panel in the hydroponics bay. He got out? Apparently by crawling through a warmth vent. Kieran looked down. Diesel was curled on the bed, eyes closed. He's back now, Kieran said. He probably just followed the smell of shrimp paste. The hydroponics team believes the tail contact initiated a pH fluctuation in the root substrate. Is that dangerous? No. The tomatoes are now unusually sweet. Diesel twitched, then rolled onto his side. The officer stared. You are aware this is deeply irregular. Believe me, I didn't plan any of it. The officer exhaled through a vent in his shoulder. I am recommending an official classification, Companion Presence of Unpredictable Impact. CP. Kieran blinked. You're giving him a designation? It's the only way to document these incidents without triggering disciplinary protocol. Diesel stretched and promptly fell off the bed. The officer made a low, humming sound. He appears uninjured. His pride might be. The following day, Kieran was summoned to the Interdisciplinary Ethics Forum. This time, the panel wasn't about safety or biology. It was about influence. Mr. Thorne, said the chair, a tall, crystalline being who refracted light in subtle rainbows. Your feline companion has inadvertently disrupted 5 separate academic departments, inspired 3 research grants, and now features prominently in 2 art installations. I didn't ask for any of that. We understand. But the question before us is this: should non-sapient Earth species be subject to cultural impact reviews the same as artificial intelligences? Kieran rubbed his temples. He's a cat. He sleeps 18 hours a day. Yet his presence has altered social dynamics, educational focus, and even local cuisine. Do you deny this? No, I'm just trying to pass my classes. A long pause. Then the chair spoke again. We have reviewed your record. You're a solid student. You've submitted all forms on time, and, remarkably, your companion meets all health and safety requirements, despite his behavior. So, we will not require his removal. However, you may be approached by students and faculty for observational access. You may decline at will. Thank you. And as a final note, the University Cafe has requested your permission to name a beverage after him. Kieran blinked. What kind of beverage? A warm infusion with milk foam and cinnamon? They're calling it the Diesel Curl. Kieran laughed. Sure, just don't tell him. It'll go to his head. Later that evening, Kieran sat on the bed, watching Diesel chase a holographic red dot projected by Triv's new toy. The little rodent-like student was giggling softly, and Diesel, despite his usual aloofness, seemed to be enjoying himself. You know, Triv said, I still don't fully understand how humans live with predators, but I think I'm starting to understand why. Kieran leaned back against the wall. It's not about logic, it's about trust. You share a space with something that could theoretically hurt you, but it doesn't. It chooses not to, and in return, you give it a home. Mutual vulnerability. Exactly. Diesel pounced, missed the dot, and sprawled across the floor with a grunt. Triv laughed again. He's not very coordinated. No, but he's family. Diesel blinked up at them, tail swishing. Triv picked up his tablet. I'm going to write a paper called Domesticated Apex, Functional Paradox in Human-Animal Bonds. Good luck explaining that to your advisor. I'll just show them a picture. Kieran reached over and scratched Diesel behind the ears. For once, Diesel didn't swat him. Everything was, improbably, exactly as it should be.
The problem with being the only xenozoologist on Kepler 186f wasn't the isolation, the deadly predators, or even the perpetual twilight that made Earth's gloomy Seattle winters look positively cheerful. No, the real problem was having no one to appreciate my absolutely brilliant commentary on the absurdity of my situation. Recording day 847. I spoke into my datapad, watching as a six-legged herbivore that I'd nicknamed George munched on the bioluminescent vegetation near my research station. Subject continues to demonstrate remarkable inability to notice when he's being stalked. Betting pool on George's survival remains open. Current odds, not great. I'm Elena Martinez, and somehow I'd convinced the Interstellar Research Council that sending me alone to study the wildlife on humanity's latest colonization prospect was a good idea. Their exact words were uniquely qualified, but I'm pretty sure what they meant was only person crazy enough to volunteer. The research station sat perched on a ridge overlooking the Valley of Perpetual Mistakes. My name for it, not official, though I was working on that. Every day, I watched the planet's various species make questionable life choices from the safety of my reinforced observation dome. The valley featured a lovely mix of dangerous flora, even more dangerous fauna, and the occasional cosmic ray that made Earth's UV index look like a nightlight. But the real stars of my impromptu wildlife documentary were the night stalkers. Picture a cross between a panther, a wolf, and your worst nightmare. Then add 2 extra sets of eyes and the kind of intelligence that makes you seriously question your place on the food chain. They were the apex predators of this world, and they knew it. Night stalker pair approaching from the northeast, I narrated, zooming in with my cameras. Female displaying typical hunting behavior, male following with all the subtlety of a drunk elephant. Reminder to self, update species description, to note that despite evolutionary advantages, some individuals still manage to be absolutely terrible at their jobs. The pair moved like liquid shadows through the phosphorescent undergrowth, their scales shifting colors to match their surroundings. Well, the females did. The male kept cycling through patterns like a malfunctioning Christmas display. I'd spent nearly 3 Earth years studying these magnificent creatures, cataloging their behaviors, and occasionally hiding in my panic room when they got a little too curious about the strange biped in their territory. We'd developed what I like to call a professional understanding. They pretended not to notice me, and I pretended not to notice when they deliberately posed for my cameras. Additional note, I added, suppressing a yawn as I checked the time. Day 847 marks the 3rd consecutive week of night shift observations, because someone, not naming names but it rhymes with Eleanor, forgot that predators are most active during the darkest hours. Future researchers, please remember, coffee does not ship well across interstellar distances. Plan accordingly. Little did I know, my carefully maintained routine of observation and sarcastic commentary was about to be completely upended. The universe, it seemed, had decided that my life wasn't interesting enough. It was about to throw me a curveball that would either make my career or end it, possibly along with my life. But first, I needed more coffee. I'd like to say the universe waited until I'd at least finished my coffee before throwing chaos my way. It didn't. The distress call, if you could call it that, came in the form of peculiar yowling sounds from just beyond my station's perimeter. Now, on a planet where everything either wants to eat you or poison you, often both, investigating strange noises ranks somewhere between juggling plasma cores and licking unknown fungi on the scale of bad ideas. For the record, I muttered into my datapad, if this is how I die, I want my epitaph to read, she died doing what she loved, making questionable decisions in the name of science. The sound came again, weaker this time. My sensors showed no adult night stalkers in the immediate vicinity, which was either really good news or really bad news. In my experience, there's rarely any in-between on Kepler 186f. I grabbed my field kit, sealed my envirosuit and stepped out into the perpetual twilight. The bioluminescent flora cast enough light to navigate by, painting everything in shades of blue and purple. The yowling led me to a dense thicket of what I called sparkleweed, on account of its tendency to shed glowing spores when disturbed. Oh no, I breathed, spotting the source of the sounds. Oh no, no, no. There, tangled in the sparkleweed's sticky fronds, were 2 night stalker cubs. Their scales hadn't yet developed the full color-changing abilities of adults, leaving them stuck in a patchy pattern of greys and blues. One was completely trapped, while its sibling made pitiful attempts to free it. Recording emergency addendum, I spoke quietly. Day 847, approximately 0300 hours, have discovered 2 juvenile night stalkers, estimated age 3 to 4 months. One severely entangled in Luminara adhesiva sparkleweed. No sign of parent. Cubs show signs of dehydration and distress. The free cub hissed at me, trying to look threatening. It might have succeeded if it hadn't also been hiccuping glowing spores. "Listen here, tiny terror," I said, slowly crouching down. "I know you're trying your best to be scary, but right now you look about as threatening as a grumpy kitten at a disco party." I pulled out my bioscanner, confirming what I'd suspected. They'd been alone for at least 12 hours. In the wild, night stalker cubs never left their mother's side for more than an hour until they reached maturity. Something had happened to their parent, and these 2 wouldn't survive another day without help. Right then, I started unpacking my field kit. Let's add potential death by angry returning parent to my list of workplace hazards. Still better than the faculty meetings back on Earth. The free cub watched with all 6 eyes as I prepared a solution to dissolve the sparkleweed's adhesive. Its sibling had stopped struggling, which worried me more than the prospect of Mama Night Stalker returning to find a human manhandling her babies. "You know," I told the standing cub as I worked, "most xenozoologists get to make their breakthrough discoveries from nice, safe observation blinds. But no, Elena Martinez has to get up close and personal with the offspring of the planet's apex predator. My doctoral advisor would be having an aneurysm right now." The dissolving agent worked quickly, and soon I had one very sticky, very frightened cub free from the sparkleweed. Both cubs were severely dehydrated and covered in glowing spores. They needed medical attention, and I was the only option available on this twilight death world. "All right, children of the night," I said, taking off my outer jacket to make a carrying sling. "Time to trust the weird bipedal alien. I promise the next few hours will be less traumatic than your sparkleweed disco adventure." To my absolute shock, they didn't resist when I gathered them up. The weaker cub actually snuggled into my envirosuit, while its sibling maintained a grumpy but accepting demeanor. "Recording additional note," I whispered as I hurried back to the station. "Either I'm about to make xenozoological history, or I'm about to become the galaxy's shortest-lived amateur veterinarian. Also, someone please tell Dr. Chen back at the academy that yes, sometimes you do have to interfere with nature. His non-intervention policy can kiss my soon-to-be-eaten backside." The real challenge would come when their mother returned. But for now, I had 2 very important patients to attend to, and a rapidly dwindling supply of coffee to keep me alert for what promised to be a very long night. It turns out treating night stalker cubs is a lot like trying to give medicine to earth cats, if earth cats were the size of small wolves and had enough teeth to make a shark feel inadequate. The good news was that they responded well to basic rehydration and care. The bad news arrived around dawn. "Recording day 848, I whispered into my datapad. "The cubs are stable, but my security system just picked up an adult night stalker approaching at high speed. Based on size and movement patterns, it's almost certainly Mama. Current survival probability. Let's not think about that right now." I'd prepared for this moment as best I could. The cubs were in my medical bay, which had a reinforced observation window. I stood in plain view, making no sudden movements. Everything I'd learned about night stalkers told me the mother would be able to smell her cubs through the station walls, and hiding them would only make things worse. The mother night stalker emerged from the twilight like a nightmare given form. Her scales rippled with patterns of rage and fear, emotions I'd catalogued many times, but never hoped to see this close. All 6 eyes locked onto me, and I swear I could feel my ancestors' primitive instincts screaming to run. "Recording possible final note," I murmured. "To whoever finds this, the cubs are in the medical bay, second door on the left. Also, I was right about night stalkers being empathically sensitive to color patterns. Currently, this one is displaying what I'm going to call code murder rainbow." The mother stalked closer, her movements precise and deadly. I kept my breathing steady and spoke in the calmest voice I could manage. "Your cubs are safe," I said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping my tone would help. "They got tangled in sparkleweed, you know, that annoying glowy stuff that sticks to everything. Yeah, I hate it too. but they're okay now. Would you like to see them?" She paused, head tilting slightly. I moved very slowly toward the medical bay window, keeping my movements telegraphed and smooth. The cubs, who had been dozing, perked up at the sight of their mother. They began making excited chirping sounds that I'd previously only heard from a distance. "See? They're fine. Just needed a little help from their friendly neighborhood human." I carefully pressed the button to raise the window's blast shield. "Though I have to say, your parenting style of leaving them alone for 12 hours seems a bit questionable. Not judging, just saying maybe we should talk about proper childcare practices." The mother Night Stalker's color patterns shifted rapidly, cycling through what I recognized as confusion, relief, and something I'd never seen before. She approached the window, pressing one massive paw against it. The cubs rushed to the other side, leaving glowing paw prints from their still spore-covered feet. "Recording amendment," I said softly, witnessing unprecedented behavior. Subject is displaying non-aggressive investigation of human structure while cubs are present. Also, note to self, clean glowing paw prints off everything later. What happened next nearly stopped my heart. The mother looked directly at me and deliberately sat down. Not the hunting crouch I'd seen them use before an attack, but a calm, almost regal sitting position. Her scales settled into a gentle swirling pattern I'd only seen Night Stalkers use with their own young. "Well," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady, "either I'm about to make scientific history, or this is an elaborately planned pre-dinner show. Since I'm feeling optimistic, let's try something really stupid." Moving with the same deliberate slowness, I opened the medical bay door. The cubs immediately bounded out, covering me in more glowing paw prints before rushing to their mother. I stood perfectly still as 300 pounds of apex predator approached me with two excited cubs bouncing around her feet. She stopped less than a meter away, lowered her massive head to my eye level, and did something that changed everything I thought I knew about alien intelligence. She blinked, slowly and deliberately, with all 6 eyes. "Recording critical observation," I whispered, as tears began rolling down my cheeks. Day 848 marks the first recorded instance of a Night Stalker displaying the universal signal of trust toward a human. Also marking the first time a xenozoologist cried in front of her research subject. Maintaining professional dignity is no longer a priority. If someone had told me at the start of my mission that I'd end up running an alien predator daycare, I would have questioned their sanity, their sobriety, or both. Yet here I was, 3 weeks after the Sparkleweed incident, watching my security monitors light up with another Night Stalker approach. "Recording day 869, I sighed into my datapad. "That makes the 4th set of visitors this week. Apparently word of mouth works even when said mouth contains enough teeth to make a tyrannosaur jealous." The approaching Night Stalker moved with an unusual gait, and it didn't take long to see why. Trotting alongside her was a cub with an obviously injured leg. They headed straight for my station's main entrance, which by now had more Night Stalker scent marks around it than a feline social media convention. "Welcome to Dr. Martinez's house of slightly concerning life choices," I announced as I suited up. "Today's special is basic first aid with a side of professional reputation suicide." The mother... I'd started calling her Limpy's mum in my notes, for obvious reasons. Waited patiently as I examined her cub. The little one had managed to get its leg caught in what I suspected was a carnivorous vine trap. These creatures really needed to work on their situational awareness. "You know," I told the mother as I cleaned the wound, "back on Earth, we have this saying about it taking a village to raise a child. I don't think they meant for that village to consist of one slightly unhinged human scientist, but here we are." The original mother and her cubs still visited regularly, usually bringing me samples of their kills, because apparently I now qualified for their version of a gift basket. The cubs had taken to leaving glowing paw prints on my windows, which I'd given up trying to clean. My research station looked like it had been decorated by a rave-loving Jackson Pollock. "Recording supplemental observation," I narrated, while applying a biodegradable bandage to the cub's leg. "Subject population continues to demonstrate remarkable ability to communicate complex information between family groups. Current theory, They've either developed an extensive gossip network about the helpful bipedal idiot, or they're all laughing at me in a language I can't understand. Both scenarios seem equally plausible. Word spread faster than a rumor in a small-town coffee shop. By the end of the month, I had regular visits from no fewer than 6 different family groups. They brought me their injured, their sick, and occasionally their just plain clumsy offspring. One particularly memorable afternoon, a male night stalker, distinguishable by his complete inability to maintain camouflage patterns, showed up with 3 cubs who had gotten into something similar to Earth's poison ivy. I don't suppose any of you would be willing to fill out a patient satisfaction survey, I asked the assembled group of predators lounging around my station's perimeter. No? How about a Yelp review? 5 stars. Great service, minimal screaming, excellent with cubs. The adults had taken to hunting in shifts near my station, leaving their cubs in what they apparently considered safe territory while they secured food. This led to some interesting moments when supply ships arrived. No, Captain Rogers, your eyes are not deceiving you, I explained over the comlink to a very confused delivery pilot. Those are indeed night stalkers napping around my landing pad. Yes, they're supposed to be there. No, they won't eat you, probably. Just land slowly and try not to look delicious. My daily reports to the Research Council became increasingly entertaining to write. 0600, treated minor laceration on juvenile night stalker. 0800, removed parasitic organism from cub's ear canal. 1000, discovered cubs have learned to activate my door's motion sensors for fun. 1200, attempted to explain to adult night stalker why cubs cannot live in my station permanently. 1400, failed to explain above point convincingly. 1600, resigned self to role as alien predator kindergarten teacher. The truly fascinating part was watching how the species adapted their behavior around the station. They began marking safe paths for their cubs to follow, creating what amounted to a primitive highway system leading right to my door. The adults would take turns standing guard, their color patterns shifting in what I began to recognize as a complex communication system. Recording behavioral note, I whispered one evening, watching a young mother being instructed by an older one on the proper way to present an injured cub to me. Witnessing unprecedented cross-generational knowledge transfer. Also witnessing what appears to be the galaxy's first alien predator masterclass in how to train your human. My research station, once a solitary outpost of scientific observation, had become something between a wildlife clinic and an interspecies community center. The original mother, now dubbed First Mum in my entirely professional scientific notes, had taken to leaving fresh kills by my door. I tried not to take it personally when they were still slightly alive. I appreciate the thought, I told her after one such delivery, but I do have food synthesizers. Also, my definition of fresh meat and yours seem to differ significantly on the subject of movement. Perhaps the most surprising development was how the cubs began treating the station as a safe space during their learning hunts. More than once, I'd watched through my cameras as a young night stalker, embarrassed by a failed hunting attempt, would slink to my station for what I could only describe as a pep talk. Yes, I saw you miss that 6-legged rabbit thing, I consoled one such visitor. But you know what? When I first landed here, I walked face first into a sparkleweed patch. We all have our off days. The problem with making groundbreaking scientific discoveries is having to convince other scientists you haven't completely lost your mind, especially when your evidence includes video feeds of apex predators using your research station as a daycare center. Let me get this straight, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Thompson said during our monthly video conference, his bushy eyebrows trying to escape his forehead. You're claiming that Kepler 186f's most dangerous predatory species is bringing you their injured young for medical care. No, I corrected him, keeping my face perfectly serious. I'm claiming they're bringing me their injured young for medical care and leaving me thank you gifts in the form of partially dead prey animals. There's a difference. Right on cue, a night stalker cub chose that moment to press its face against my window, leaving yet another set of glowing paw prints. All 6 of its eyes blinked at the video feed, and I swear it was grinning. As you can see, I gestured to the window, I'm running what amounts to the galaxy's first alien predator preschool, complete with finger painting. though they prefer to use bioluminescent spores. The Scientific Council's collective expression suggested they were considering whether isolation had finally broken my sanity. Dr. Chen, my old advisor, looked like he was having that aneurysm I'd predicted. "This goes against everything we know about predatory species behavior," he sputtered. "It violates basic survival instincts. It's happening right outside my window," I finished for him. "Would you like me to pan the camera around to show you the 6 adult night stalkers currently having what appears to be a parents' association meeting near my landing pad?" I did just that, revealing the group of massive predators lounging in the perpetual twilight. One of them, First Mum herself, looked directly at the camera and slowly blinked all 6 eyes. "That one's saying hello," I explained. "She's also probably wondering why I'm talking to a screen instead of attending to her cub's latest attempts to redecorate my station with glowing paw prints." "Dr. Martinez," Dr. Thompson tried again, "while your observations are interesting, we need more concrete data, reproducible results, scientific verification." "Oh, absolutely," I agreed cheerfully. "I've attached 6 weeks of continuous video footage, detailed behavioral analyses, medical records for 27 different cubs from 12 family groups, and a rather impressive collection of glowing paw print patterns that I'm thinking of submitting to an art gallery. Also, 3 different supply ship pilots have submitted sworn statements that yes, those are actually night stalkers napping around my landing pad." The council fell into a stunned silence as they reviewed the data on their screens. I used the moment to wave at another cub who had joined the window art exhibition. "I'm also noting," I continued, "that this behavior appears to be spreading through the species via social learning. In the past month alone, I've documented 14 new family groups approaching the station, all displaying the same learned behaviors as the original group. I'd demonstrate their greeting ritual, but I'm afraid I can't blink my eyes independently, much less do it 6 times in sequence." Dr. Chen looked like he was about to launch into another lecture about non-intervention in natural behaviors, but I cut him off. "Before you say it, yes, I know this defies conventional wisdom about predator species. Yes, I'm aware this will rewrite several chapters in xenobiology textbooks. And yes, I'm absolutely going to name this phenomenon the Martinez effect. If only because I've earned the right to make future students memorize something I discovered while running an alien predator nursery." The council members exchanged glances. Finally, Dr. Thompson cleared his throat. "We'll need to send a verification team," he said weakly. "Wonderful," I beamed at them. "I'll inform the Parents Association. Fair warning though, they may expect the verification team to participate in our weekly hunt and seek games. Don't worry, we've only had 3 minor maulings, and those were really more like enthusiastic love taps." As if to punctuate my point, a chorus of Night Stalker cubs began their evening singing practice outside. The sound, somewhere between a wolf's howl and a cat's midnight yowling, caused several council members to jump in their seats. "That's just the evening choir," I explained. "They're still working on their harmony. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe it's story time." The cubs are particularly fond of my dramatic reenactments of Earth wildlife documentaries. The last thing the council saw before I ended the call was a parade of glowing paw prints making their way across my window, accompanied by my voice beginning, "Today on planet Earth." Of course, the universe waited until the verification team was in orbit to throw me its biggest challenge yet, because timing, as they say, is everything. "Recording emergency log," I gasped into my datapad while running to the station's perimeter. "Day 912. Multiple Night Stalkers approaching station. Something's wrong. Very wrong." The pre-dawn darkness was alive with movement. Every Night Stalker family I'd ever treated was converging on my station, their scales flickering with patterns I'd never seen before. At their center they carried someone, and even in the dim light I could see the blood. It was First Mum, and she wasn't moving. "Oh no," I breathed, rushing to meet them. "No, no, no, you cannot do this to me, not with a team of skeptical scientists about to land." The other Night Stalkers parted as I approached, forming a circle around their injured packmate. First Mum had a massive wound in her side, the kind that meant she'd tangled with something even bigger and nastier than herself. Her cubs, now almost fully grown, paced anxiously nearby. "Recording update," I muttered, pulling out my medical scanner, about to attempt emergency surgery on an adult night stalker. If anyone's listening, this is either going to be the greatest breakthrough in xenobiology or my spectacularly stupid last act. The scanner showed massive internal damage. She needed immediate surgery, but my medical bay was designed for cubs, not 300-pound adults. Still, this was First Mum, the one who'd started it all, who'd first trusted me with her babies. "Right then," I announced to the assembled predators. "Family only in the operating room. The rest of you, try not to eat any scientists who might land while I'm busy." What followed was 6 hours of the most intense surgery I'd ever performed, assisted by medical robots and fueled by enough synthetic stimulants to keep a coffee shop in business. First Mum's cubs never left the observation window, their glowing paw prints adding to the thousands already there. When the verification team's shuttle finally broke atmosphere, they were greeted by the sight of dozens of night stalkers arranged in concentric circles around my station, all facing outward in defensive positions. In the medical bay, First Mum was breathing steadily, her scales finally showing normal patterns again. "Recording final note," I said, slumping against the wall as the shuttle landed. "Day 912, patient stable, successfully completed first ever major surgery on an adult night stalker. Also successfully turned my research station into the galaxy's most heavily defended veterinary clinic." I looked out at the assembled predators, then at the approaching verification team, and couldn't help but laugh. "Welcome to Kepler 186F, I called over the comlink. "Don't mind the welcoming committee, they're just here for their regular checkup." The verification team stayed for 3 months. They left with enough data to fill a dozen dissertations, several minor injuries from over-enthusiastic cubs, and a completely revised understanding of alien intelligence. I stayed, of course. Someone had to run the clinic. "Recording day 1001, I spoke into my datapad, watching First Mum lead her newest litter of cubs toward my station. The Interstellar Research Council has officially designated Kepler 186F as a protected research site, with special emphasis on preserving the unique human-night stalker relationship. In related news, they've also approved my request for a bigger medical bay. Apparently, having the galaxy's deadliest predators as character references does wonders for grant applications. First Mum's newest cubs had already mastered the art of leaving glowing paw prints on my windows. The original ones still visited regularly, now bringing their own cubs for checkups. My station's walls had become a living history of generations of night stalker families, each set of prints telling its own story. "Final observation for today," I said, opening the door to greet my patients. "Humans have always had this thing about making friends with predators. From the first wolves that wandered into our camps to the apex predators of an alien world, we just can't help ourselves. But maybe that's our species' greatest strength, the ability to earn trust, to offer help, to build bridges across the greatest of divides." I paused, watching the cubs tumble toward me. That, and our unmatched talent for running interplanetary veterinary clinics with absolutely no proper qualifications whatsoever.
"Noise," Larrick said. "She's basically a furry paperweight." The tribunal conferred again. After a moment, a chime signaled the end of the session. "Organism is cleared for habitation. Subject Velen may request habitat adjustments. Proceeding concluded." Larrick collected Muffin, who was now purring faintly. As he latched the carrier, Velen approached, arms still crossed. "I do not understand how a creature can be simultaneously harmless and terrifying." "It's a cat thing," Larrick replied. "They're inscrutable." Velen opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he said, "I will request a ceiling-mounted alert system." Back in their quarters, Velen had installed a motion sensor that chirped gently whenever Muffin moved above eye level. She had already learned to ignore it. 3 days later, Velen returned from a marine biology seminar, looking visibly agitated. He dropped his pack near the corner of his enclosure and paced in tight circles. "What happened?" Velen pointed sharply. "I was placed in a group project with 2 humans and a Tharnakian. The humans were not alarmed by the Tharnakian circulatory sacs, which rupture when overheated. One of them suggested using a personal fan to cool it off. The Tharnakian agreed. The fan was powered by a solar core battery. The Tharnakian absorbed the radiation and began to inflate. The humans took photos. Larrick blinked. Did it explode? No, it rotated rapidly and launched itself into the ceiling. Did anyone get hurt? No, it was applauded. Larrick sat down slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Velen paced again. I do not understand. Your species is illogical. You do not fear that which is dangerous. You coexist with wild creatures. You laugh during emergencies. Even your stress responses are inconsistent. We adapt. To what end? To everything. Valen stopped pacing. That is not sustainable. We're still here. That evening, Larrick received a message from the Exchange's Cultural Liaison Office. He'd been invited to participate in the Intergalactic Improvisational Problem-Solving Showcase. He assumed they wanted him to watch. Instead, the message said, "You've been nominated by 3 non-human students for your unique approach to adaptive thinking. Please prepare a demonstration of your on-the-fly engineering methods and practical field logic." Larrick frowned at the screen. I haven't built anything. Velen emerged from his dome. You put a heatsink in the communal kettle using a spoon and a hair tie. That was just so it wouldn't whistle like a dying elk. I nominated you. Larrick opened the fridge. I'm bringing muffin. Velen didn't object. The showcase was held in a multi-environmental amphitheater with sections tailored to different species' needs. High humidity, low gravity, methane-rich air. Larrick's demo station was a table covered in assorted junk. Hoses, clamps, wires, fans, bolts, empty boxes, and 1 deflated air bladder. An attendant with no neck and 3 elbows handed him a card. Your challenge: construct a functional cooling system using available materials. Time limit: 20 minutes. Larrick stared at the card. That's it? Yes. He scratched his jaw, glanced at the fan, then at the bladder. Right. He tore the fan apart, used the frame to mount the bladder, crimped a hose around one end, then used nearby clamps to attach a looped coil around the base. He filled the coil with water from a hydration pod, wrapped the whole thing in foil from a snack wrapper, and angled the fan toward it. The result blew warm air that passed through the damp coil and out the bladder nozzle. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. The amphitheater erupted in a variety of non-human cheers. Clicks, pulses, vibrations, and in one case, a burst of spores that spelled approved in midair. Afterward, a gelatinous scholar approached. Your methods are inefficient, unstable, and dangerously intuitive. Fascinating. Back in the quarters, Larrick flopped onto his bed. Muffin climbed onto his chest and curled into a loaf. Valen sat by the terminal, watching a recording of the showcase. You applied no calculations? No time. You used a food wrapper. It was shiny. Velen folded his limbs. I will never understand you. Larrick yawned. Good, that means we're doing it right. 3 days after the showcase, Larrick was elbow-deep in a malfunctioning nutrient recycler, trying to dislodge a clump of congealed algae paste with a bent stirring rod. The recycler unit had begun emitting a low, wet gurgle every 6 minutes, followed by a smell that reminded him of gym socks left in a sealed car. Velen had attempted to report it to maintenance, but the request was flagged non-critical and scheduled for review in 27 days. I still do not understand why the device processes algae at all, Velen said, crouched nearby with a diagnostic scanner. The nutritional profile is inferior to synthesized meal gels. You ever eaten meal gel? Larrick twisted the rod, dislodging a thick glob that splattered across the floor. It tastes like someone gave up halfway through inventing food and decided texture wasn't important. I have no tongue. Exactly. You're missing the entire point. Muffin watched from the top of the recycler, tail dangling lazily over the edge. She had taken an interest in the unit ever since it started making noises, occasionally pawing at the intake grate in what Larrick assumed was either curiosity or deeply misplaced hunting instinct. Valen adjusted the scanner. Pressure is stabilizing. I believe your structural interference has disrupted the blockage. Structural interference. That's a fancy way of saying I jammed it with a kitchen tool until it stopped being gross. It is not how I would have approached the problem. Yeah, but your last solution exploded a humidifier. Velen narrowed his eyes. That was a calibration oversight. A gentle chirp emitted from the wall panel. Takal's round face appeared in a translucent projection, mandibles twitching with what Larrick had come to interpret as bureaucratic urgency. Attention, you are summoned to the Habitation Oversight Hall for immediate review. Valen stood up sharply. Have we violated another regulation? No, Takal replied. You are being recognized. Larrick wiped algae off his hands with a rag that had once been a sock. Recognized for what? Your integration efforts and adaptive contributions have been deemed exemplary by the Cultural Integration Committee. You are to receive the Harmonious Coexistence emblem. Valen tilted his head. That is a rare commendation. It is typically reserved for interspecies diplomats or post-conflict reconstruction coordinators. I think they just really liked the fan bladder thing, Larrick muttered. More hour, formal attire recommended. The projection blinked out. Larrick looked down at his algae-streaked shirt. I don't own formal attire. Velen opened a drawer and pulled out a folded garment wrapped in sterile packaging. This was issued to you during orientation. You stored it beneath your unused manual. I thought it was a pillowcase. Of course you did. Exactly 61 minutes later, they stood in the oversight hall, which resembled the inside of a seashell carved from glass and lit with hundreds of floating bio-lanterns. The audience was made up almost entirely of alien students, faculty, and station staff. The other humans, only 5 now, since one had transferred to a lunar colony for personal reasons, were scattered in the crowd, waving awkwardly. A tall, bark-skinned administrator with antler-like sensory stalks raised a sigil and began the formal address. The speech, translated in real time by the station's acoustic mesh, rolled out in layered tones. In acknowledgement of unique contributions to the spirit of collaborative habitation. Larrick shifted in his borrowed tunic, which fit like it had been tailored for someone with an entirely different number of joints. Velen stood upright, hands folded neatly. Muffin was not invited, but a small live feed from their quarters displayed her curled in a sunbeam, oblivious to diplomacy. For demonstrating resilience, ingenuity, and against considerable odds, empathy. Larrick scratched his temple. We recognize Larrick Sanson and Valin of Otrax as exemplars of harmonious coexistence. Polite bioluminescent flashes rippled through the crowd, the equivalent of applause in at least 9 species. Someone released a puff of celebratory vapor that briefly turned the air a pleasant shade of lavender. Valen turned toward Larrick. You should make a statement. I didn't prepare one. Then improvise. Larrick stepped forward and cleared his throat. I didn't think sharing a room with a guy who glows when he's anxious would get me an award, but here we are. A few ripples of laughter or their equivalents moved through the audience. I came here thinking I'd be the weird one, but honestly, none of you made me feel out of place. Not even when I accidentally sat in a nutrient bath because I thought it was a hot tub. More laughter. The antlered administrator raised one stalk approvingly. I guess what I'm saying is, thanks for not ejecting me into space when I brought a 4-legged chaos goblin and fed her tuna in a shared biospace. And thanks to Velen for not filing a formal threat assessment after she jumped on his head. Velen nodded once. I strongly considered it. And thanks to the rest of you for showing me that just because something doesn't make sense to me doesn't mean it's wrong. Unless it's meal gel. That's still wrong. When the ceremony ended, a small reception was held in the adjoining atrium. Tables were lined with refreshments from dozens of worlds, some of which Larrick couldn't identify without a microscope, and a few too many options that jiggled when undisturbed. Valen approached with 2 cups of something steaming and iridescent. This is a ceremonial beverage from the Gore species. It is said to induce mild euphoria and temporary synesthetic perception. Larrick sniffed it. Smells like root beer and burnt toast. Then it is working. They sat near the base of a bioluminescent pillar, sipping the drink as ambient music played from a floating sphere above them. I was skeptical at first, Valen said. About your presence, about your methods, about your pet. Larrick tilted his cup. She's still not housebroken. I found a hairball in my shoe this morning. Nevertheless, I have come to understand that your unpredictability is not a flaw. Oh no, it definitely is, but it's mine. Valen considered that. I will no longer reinforce my dome. You sure? She's been eyeing the top shelf again. I will take my chances. As the evening wore on, more students joined their table, an aquatic being in a hover tank, a hexapedal linguistics major who spoke only in sense, even a Tharnakian wearing a small fan charm in tribute to the showcase incident. Larrick leaned back, watching the soft lights pulse across the ceiling. He was far from home, surrounded by beings he didn't fully understand, many of whom still couldn't pronounce his name without assistance. And yet, it felt like the most human place he'd ever been. Later that night, back in their quarters, Velen adjusted the ambient temperature while Larrick changed into his sleep clothes. Muffin hopped onto the bed, circled twice, and settled with a heavy sigh. Velen glanced at her, then at Larrick. I have noticed that she prefers to sleep near you. She's a creature of loyalty and convenience. Also, I'm warm. I have recalibrated my assumptions, Velen said, about both of you. Careful, Larrick yawned. That's dangerously close to a compliment. Velen dimmed the lights. Do not let it go to your head. As they drifted off, the recycler gurgled once, then fell silent. Muffin stretched, blinked once at the ceiling, and went back to sleep. The predator had been domesticated, the alien had adjusted, the human had adapted. And for the first time since arriving, everything felt exactly as it should.
Imagine a species so arrogant, so absurdly overconfident, that it launched an unprovoked planetary assault based entirely on a clerical error. Now imagine they did it before breakfast. Admiral Planax 9 stood at the bridge of the Galactic Dominion's flagship, the irrefutable Victory, which had never actually won a battle, but had a great PR department. He stared at the glowing screen in front of him and announced with the certainty of someone who once got a perfect score on a multiple-choice test entirely by guessing, "We invade at dawn." There was a pause. One of his officers, a jittery creature named Slurpax, who looked like a jellyfish trapped in a vending machine, raised a tentacle. "Sir, is this planet really uninhabited?" Planax didn't even blink. "Of course it is. The file says so right here. Planet designation Earth, mild terrain. Primitive vegetation, zero intelligent life." Had he read the rest of the file, or really any of it, he might have noticed the bold red warning that said, "Under no circumstances should you go there. Ever." But alas, the Admiral had skipped straight to the part that said average surface temperature, pleasant, and so the invasion began. With dramatic music blaring from onboard speakers, because Planax insisted on theatrical flair, the fleet approached Earth with the grace of a drunk giraffe trying to tap dance. Stealth mode was activated, although it mostly just dimmed the interior lights and made the crew walk into walls. By 7:43 a.m., Earth time, the first dropships were already in the atmosphere. The target, a peaceful suburban neighborhood in the middle of Wisconsin. The expected response, mass panic, desperate resistance, heroic last stands. The actual response, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe stepping onto his porch, seeing a massive alien craft descend into his garden and muttering, must be Tuesday." The man was later identified as Carl. Carl had lived through 4 divorces, 3 tornadoes, and once accidentally set his own eyebrows on fire with a barbecue lighter. A spaceship landing in his begonias barely registered. The alien troops disembarked in full armor, armed with plasma rifles and ready for glory. They were immediately attacked by a small dog named Pickles. Pickles was 12 pounds of pure hostility and managed to chew through a soldier's foot before being distracted by a garden gnome. Meanwhile, back aboard the flagship, Planax sipped his ceremonial conquest tea and smiled. Textbook operation, he said. Moments later, a report came in. The invaders had been pelted with garden hoses, folding chairs, and something called banana cream pie. A tactical unit was taken hostage inside a bowling alley and forced to participate in League Night. Planax frowned. "What kind of weapons are these?" Slurpax hesitated. "Sir, I think we landed on a populated planet." "Impossible!" Planax shouted, his eyes twitching in unison. "The system is labeled Earth. That doesn't even sound threatening." Slurpax pulled up a grainy video feed. It showed a man in shorts yelling at a goose, a teenager dancing badly in front of a gas station, and a woman screaming at a toaster, all within 30 seconds. The Admiral stared. "These are the dominant species?" "Apparently, yes," Slurpax whispered, "and I believe they're armed with sarcasm." Then came the transmission, a scrambled audio signal from the surface. He turned up the volume just in time to hear, "Yo, if y'all are here to take over, can you do it after the Packers game?" Silence. Planax slowly turned back to his tea, took a long, thoughtful sip. "We may have made a small tactical error." Admiral Planax 9 had seen many things in his long and questionably decorated career. He'd once watched an entire moon implode after someone sneezed on the wrong control panel. He'd personally led the invasion of a gas giant that turned out to be a balloon for a children's space festival. But nothing could have prepared him for Carl. Carl, wearing socks with sandals and drinking black coffee that tasted like burnt despair, had now somehow become the most powerful obstacle to the galactic dominion in 200 years. Not because he was particularly smart or strong, or even remotely aware of what was happening, but because Carl did not care. Carl was the human equivalent of a shrug, and the invaders didn't know how to handle that. Back on the ground, the alien squad was trying to regroup after the incident with the bowling alley. Commander Bloopnark, who had earned 17 medals for valor and one for accidentally destroying a vending machine during peace talks, was currently hiding inside a portable toilet. He was not proud of it. Outside, his soldiers were attempting to decipher Earth's communication systems. They tuned into what they believed was a distress signal. Turns out it was a morning radio show where two hosts argued about pancakes for 45 minutes, followed by an ad for something called foot fungus cream. "Is this a warning?" one trooper asked. Another shook his head. "I think it's some kind of ritual." Meanwhile, a local teenager named Jenna had already taken a selfie with one of the aliens, added heart emojis, and posted it with the caption, "Met a space frog this morning." 10-10 vibes. Within minutes, the photo had gone viral. Suddenly, Earth wasn't under attack, it was trending. The alien soldiers were quickly swarmed by curious humans, mostly armed with smartphones and questions like, "Do you guys believe in horoscopes?" and "Can you fix my Wi-Fi?" One alien was dragged into a debate about cryptocurrency. Another was forced to watch a 5-minute video on how to make lasagna using only a microwave and tears. Back aboard the ship, Planax was slowly coming undone. "They're not fighting back," he barked. "No, sir," Slurpax replied, watching live footage of two soldiers being pulled into a Zumba class. "They appear to be integrating." Planax stared at the screen. One of his troopers was now wearing sunglasses and holding a smoothie. "Why are they smiling?" "Sir, permission to speak freely?" "Granted. I don't think these humans know they're being invaded." Planax blinked. "Then what do they think is happening?" Slurpax hesitated. "A public relations stunt, possibly for a new soda." This gave Planax a headache so powerful it caused 3 of his teeth to send resignation letters. Desperate for a show of force, he ordered a flyover of a major city. The fleet passed over Las Vegas. What they assumed would be a terrifying demonstration of alien dominance was mistaken for a new Cirque du Soleil act. The crowd applauded. Someone threw glitter. Even worse, the Admiral's personal attack drone was accidentally signed to a 6-month contract at a local casino as a backup dancer. Meanwhile, Earth's official response came from a temporary spokesperson named Darren, who had only been chosen because he happened to be near the phone when it rang. Darren, an intern for the Department of Mild Emergencies, answered the call with, "Hey, thanks for visiting. We hope you're enjoying the planet. Would you like a coupon?" Back on the flagship, Planax was pacing in tight, angry circles. "We tried to conquer a planet," he muttered, "and they offered us discounts." Worse still, his crew had started to adapt. Slurpax had discovered reality TV and refused to leave his quarters. The ship's weapons officer, Glab, had bought a skateboard online and was practicing ollies in the engine bay. Even the ship's AI had changed its voice to sound like a game show host. Planax snapped. "No more pretending. They will understand they are being conquered." But just as he activated the global override to deliver a proper invasion message, he was interrupted by a transmission from a human named Rita, who worked at a call center and had somehow rerouted their entire comms system. "Hi there," she chirped. "Before we proceed, can I interest you in a limited-time offer on long-distance data bundles?" Planax screamed into the void. At precisely 9:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the United Nations Emergency Response Committee gathered for an urgent video call. There was only one problem. Nobody believed it was actually an emergency. The official summary of the situation, hastily emailed by a technician named Gary, read, "Possible alien invasion, also Carl is trending." Half the representatives joined late. One was in pajamas. Another thought it was a test drill and brought snacks. The chairwoman, Eleanor Greaves, a woman who had once diffused an international crisis by sighing loudly, adjusted her glasses and asked the question on everyone's mind, "Is this real?" Gary, who had been forcibly promoted to Earth's de facto alien liaison, nodded solemnly. "We have video confirmation, and one of the aliens is now on TikTok dancing with a golden retriever." There was a pause. "Is it a threat?" someone asked. Gary shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not sure, but the dog looks happy." Meanwhile, the alien troops were still trying to regroup after their failed attempt at shock and awe. Unfortunately, they'd landed in what Earthlings referred to as the Midwest, a zone where friendliness is both weaponized and mandatory. One squad attempted to secure a perimeter around a hardware store. Instead, they were invited to a barbecue by a retired bus driver named Hank. Hank didn't care where they were from. He just wanted help flipping ribs and someone to listen to his opinions about weather patterns. One alien, designated Unit 42B, tried to explain they were a highly trained assault unit. "Sure, buddy," Hank said, handing him a plate. "Now try the potato salad." Back aboard the irrefutable Victory, Admiral Planax 9 was going through all 5 stages of denial at once. His warboard, previously filled with tactical projections and orbital assault plans, had been taken over by a pop-up ad for colon cleanse in 7 easy steps that no one could figure out how to close. The alien crew was unraveling. One of the engineers had built a shrine to a local weather presenter. Another had started writing Earth-style romance novels under the pseudonym Lady Moonbiscuit. Even the fleet's elite security droid had joined a bowling league and refused to return fire on account of having found inner peace. Planax called an emergency meeting. "We are the conquerors," he shouted, "not the conquered." Silence. Then Glab, still holding his skateboard, raised a claw. "Sir, have you tasted the thing they call nacho cheese?" The Admiral turned a violent shade of purple. Meanwhile, humanity's official response continued its descent into absurdity. Brenda, the receptionist at a minor satellite office of Earth's Space Defense Initiative, which mostly handled Wi-Fi outages on the moon, was now tasked with composing Earth's first diplomatic message to the invading force. Her draft read, "Dear sirs, madams, or tentacled overlords, welcome to Earth. Please be advised that Thursdays are recycling days." It was accidentally sent. The aliens received it. Some found it charming. Others were confused. One soldier framed it. Back on the ground, alien units trying to occupy a shopping mall were captured and detained by mall security. Not military, not police, just Dave, a 56-year-old man with a flashlight and a dream. Dave had once stopped a teenager from stealing a hat. Now he had personally disarmed an alien warlord by asking if they had a receipt. Commander Bloopnark, still recovering emotionally from the bowling incident, was called in to extract his troops. But instead of a battle, he was confronted by a woman in a tracksuit who thought he was a lost cosplayer. She took him by the arm, said, "Come on, sweetie," and led him to a yoga class. He has not been seen since. And through it all, Admiral Planax watched, seething. How did this planet survive long enough to develop space-grade microwaves and yet fail to understand an intergalactic invasion? Slurpax cautiously entered the room holding a tray. "Sir, I brought you something called cinnamon swirls. I thought it might help." Planax opened his mouth to yell, then paused, took a bite. There was a long silence. "This is the single greatest thing I've ever tasted." Slurpax nodded. Apparently, they eat it for breakfast, on purpose. Planax stared out the window. Earth turned slowly beneath them, glowing with potential and confusion. A planet armed not with lasers nor armies, but with carbs, chaos, and an unshakable resistance to taking anything seriously. They hadn't invaded a death world. They had invaded a buffet with a personality disorder. 3 days into the invasion, the Galactic Dominion forces had achieved exactly 0 of their objectives. They had not subdued the humans, seized their infrastructure, or even located a central government building that wasn't closed for lunch. What they had done was develop several unhealthy addictions and accidentally form a jazz trio. It began with a reconnaissance bot named Blink 7, whose job was to monitor human communication channels. After scrolling through 20 hours of social media, the bot refused to return to duty. Instead, it began uploading motivational quote graphics and arguing about astrology in the comments. From there, it escalated. A young alien soldier named Krundax, assigned to analyze human emotional patterns, accidentally watched an entire season of a show called The Bachelor. He emerged from the experience deeply emotionally compromised and with strong opinions about someone named Jessica. He then gave a heartfelt speech to his platoon about the fragility of love and the importance of following one's heart, and was promptly promoted to morale officer. Elsewhere, a communications expert named Vaughn was tasked with hacking into Earth's data networks. Instead, he discovered a series of cooking tutorials and became obsessed with learning to bake banana bread. His first attempt exploded. His second attempt was served at a neighborhood potluck. His third attempt won second place at the Wisconsin County Fair. First place went to a 9-year-old girl named Daisy. Vaughn swore eternal vengeance. The humans, for their part, remained almost willfully oblivious to the interstellar significance of what was happening. A few assumed the aliens were part of a movie shoot. Others thought it was a very immersive viral marketing campaign. One group of retirees believed it was a pop-up escape room and tried to solve the invasion with crossword puzzles and Werther's originals. A rogue battalion attempted to seize control of a television studio to broadcast a message of conquest. They were intercepted by the production crew of a daytime talk show and ended up sitting in plastic chairs, awkwardly sipping tea while being interviewed about what it's like to be a space invader. The episode was a ratings hit. Meanwhile, back on the flagship, Admiral Planax 9 was dangerously close to losing the last 3 brain cells, not actively trying to run away. The bridge was now decorated with lava lamps. Someone had installed a popcorn machine, and the ship's AI had taken to greeting him every morning with "Rise and shine, sunshine." His officers had dissolved into chaos. Slurpax now wore Hawaiian shirts and referred to himself as the Slurpinator. Glab had opened a smoothie stand in the hangar bay and was considering franchising. Even the ship's tactical droid had replaced its laser cannon with a karaoke mic and could frequently be heard belting out songs about heartbreak and deep space loneliness. Planax called for a full regroup. "This is not an exchange program," he shouted. "We are an occupying force." The crew blinked at him with glazed-over eyes. Slurpax raised a smoothie. "Try the mango pineapple. It changed my life." Planax clenched his fists. "I want to see results." Where is the domination? Where is the fear? Just then, a diplomatic envoy arrived. It was led by a woman named Tina, who ran a local PTA and believed in solving all problems with brownies and assertive communication. She marched aboard the ship, handed out welcome kits, and insisted that the admiral sit down and use his inside voice. Planax, broken and bewildered, did as instructed. The ensuing negotiation involved 3 pots of coffee, a game of charades, and a long story about Tina's son Darren, who once flushed a calculator down a toilet and claimed it was an experiment in math. At the end of it, the admiral agreed, without entirely understanding why, to a community potluck and a poetry night. Back on Earth, alien troops were integrating at alarming speed. One had taken up line dancing. Another was leading goat yoga in a park. A third had invented an entirely new genre of music by accidentally playing a harp with his face tentacles. It charted in Sweden. The invasion had not failed. It had mutated. What was supposed to be a swift conquest had become a slow-motion cultural implosion. The humans were not resisting because they didn't recognize the threat. They didn't process the threat. To them, the invasion was just another Tuesday. Weird, yes, but so was the last one, and perhaps most terrifying of all. The aliens were starting to like it. By the end of week 1, Admiral Planax 9 had developed a twitch in his left eye, an aversion to ukuleles, and a severe allergic reaction to the word potluck. He hadn't come to Earth to join book clubs or taste cinnamon rolls. He had come to conquer, to lead a swift, elegant campaign of galactic domination. Instead, his warship smelled like popcorn and lavender air freshener, and half his elite soldiers were on waiting lists for yoga teacher certification. "This has gone on long enough," he growled, pounding the control console with enough force to launch a nearby stapler into orbit. He summoned every available commander. Glab arrived on a skateboard. Slurpax showed up holding a smoothie and a brochure for something called Finding Your Inner You. One of the lieutenants wore a glittery sash that read, "Best Hugger." Planax didn't yell. Not this time. He leaned forward, his voice low and cold. "We are taking the planet. Today." The officers fell silent. No more muffins. No more memes. No more poetry readings with emotionally vulnerable humans named Greg. Operation Galactic Grasp was launched at 700 hours with terrifying efficiency. The full fleet, 12 dreadnoughts, 48 cruisers, and a small shuttle accidentally registered as a food truck, descended across all major continents. The command was clear: assert dominance, use all resources, accept no baked goods. At first, it looked like it might actually work. A massive squadron landed in a financial district and issued a formal ultimatum. Unfortunately, they arrived during rush hour, and the only person who paid attention was a street performer dressed as a robot who gave them a thumbs up and asked for tips. Another group stormed a government building only to discover that it was closed due to plumbing issues. A notice on the door read, "Back after lunch, probably." The squad waited for 3 hours. No one returned. Commander Bloopnark, finally resurfacing from his yoga spiral, led a direct assault on a military base in Nebraska. His troops encountered a stern-looking guard who told them to take a number. The number was 67. They were currently on 22. While waiting, Bloopnark had a mental breakdown, adopted a kitten, and now goes by the name Cheryl. Desperate for real resistance, Planax deployed his most fearsome weapon, the Obliterator Cannon. Capable of turning entire cities into lightly seasoned rubble, it targeted a population center in central Texas. The weapon charged, the systems locked, and then nothing. It had been unplugged to make room for a karaoke machine. The Admiral screamed. I don't care if they offer us coupons. I want Earth under my boot. Just then, a report came in. A human counterstrike had begun. Not with weapons, not with missiles, but with forms, legal forms, governmental paperwork, tax documentation, permits, applications, ID verifications. Planax's troops were instantly overwhelmed. One platoon was trapped at a Department of Motor Vehicles for 13 hours. Another was forced to fill out a visa request in triplicate, in cursive, without the aid of spell check. A commander attempted to declare the invasion legally binding and was instead roped into jury duty. They were buried in bureaucracy. One squad tried to requisition territory through local zoning laws. They were redirected to a meeting that had been cancelled since 2009. Another alien applied for conquest rights and received a sternly worded rejection letter citing Clause 47B, no hostile takeovers during flu season. Even Planax himself wasn't spared. His attempt to seize control of Earth's global communication grid was thwarted by a cookie consent banner he couldn't figure out how to close. Every time he clicked accept, it just popped up again. He screamed so hard, he dislocated a nostril. The final straw came during a forced march through a suburban neighborhood. The alien war machine rolled down the street with pride, only to be stopped by a very serious child on a tricycle who demanded to know if they had permission from the Homeowners Association. When they couldn't produce the appropriate documentation, she issued a fine in crayon. The invasion collapsed, not because of Earth's military, not because of Earth's science, but because Earth was a giant maze of incomprehensible systems, passive-aggressive signage, and a level of disorganization so intense it looped back around and became a defense mechanism. Planax, defeated, slumped into his chair. He was sticky with printer toner and regret. "What is this planet?" he whispered. Slurpax, now fully converted to wearing Crocs and sipping iced tea, gave a peaceful smile. "This is Earth, sir." Admiral Planax 9 had finally accepted a truth more painful than a laser blast to the shins. Earth could not be conquered by force. Not because it was strong, not because it was wise, but because it was too fundamentally ridiculous to function as an occupied planet. His war council had dissolved into nonsense. Slurpax now ran meditation workshops. Glab had become a certified smoothie shaman and was selling something called interdimensional detox juice that gave hallucinations of your ancestors doing the Macarena. The ship's internal AI now opened every status report with, "Hey bestie, ready to crush another day?" Planax knew he had two options left: retreat in shame or attempt diplomacy. He chose the one that didn't involve apologizing to the Galactic High Command and being reassigned to asteroid patrol. Again. Unfortunately, Earth's response to interplanetary diplomacy was inconsistent. His first diplomatic envoy landed in Sweden. They were greeted with politeness, warm cinnamon buns, and a very confusing game involving throwing heavy metal discs at sand. The aliens misunderstood the rules, accidentally won the regional championship, and were declared honorary citizens. The second envoy landed in New Jersey. They were mugged. Planax decided to send a personal representative, senior negotiator Prilneth III, trained in over 400 cultures, fluent in 92 languages, and capable of resolving disputes between species that communicate solely through smells. The mission lasted 17 minutes. Prilneth was intercepted by a group of conspiracy theorists who insisted that he was actually a lizard in a costume, then dragged him to a basement podcast where he was forced to debate a man wearing 3 tinfoil hats and a t-shirt that read, "The moon is a lie." He escaped by pretending to be a weather balloon. After that, all official diplomatic attempts were quietly cancelled. And then came Jerry. Jerry was not technically authorized to negotiate on behalf of Earth. He was a used car salesman from Nebraska with a firm handshake, an outdated Bluetooth earpiece, and a tragic confidence in his own charisma. He happened to stumble upon an alien scout craft that had broken down outside his dealership. Jerry made contact. He brought coffee. He offered snacks. He tried to sell them a 2003 sedan with just a few issues under the hood. Within hours, he'd convinced 3 alien soldiers to trade plasma rifles for timeshare condos. Somehow Jerry ended up on the flagship. No one invited him. He just walked in, handed Planax a business card that read Jerry, Human Solutions Consultant, and sat down like he owned the galaxy. Planax opened his mouth to scream, then realized he had no strength left. Jerry smiled and leaned forward. "Listen, big guy, you're going about this all wrong. You don't invade Earth, you network it." Planax blinked. "What? See, we're not a top-down species. You can't scare us into submission. You've got to distract us, overwhelm us. Give us a loyalty program, a trending hashtag, and a limited time offer, and we'll do anything you want." Slurpax, who had been listening from behind a potted plant, nodded sagely. "He's not wrong, sir. That was the beginning of the accord. Not a treaty, not a surrender. More like a handshake written on a napkin during a backyard barbecue hosted by someone's uncle. Earth didn't negotiate through diplomats. Earth negotiated through awkward social situations, cold drinks, and the phrase, "Hey, while you're here," so it was decided. A neutral site was chosen for the official proceedings, Gary's backyard. Gary, the technician who accidentally started all this, had a grill, a folding table, and exactly one lawn chair that didn't sink when you sat in it. Representatives from both sides showed up. The aliens brought their highest-ranking officers. Earth sent a man in cargo shorts, a woman holding a casserole, and someone who may or may not have been asleep the entire time. The document was drafted on the back of a pizza menu. Its terms were simple. Aliens would be allowed to stay on Earth under 3 conditions. 1. They could not attempt to conquer anything without giving at least 48 hours notice. 2. They had to contribute to the community in some way, preferably through snacks, entertainment, or lawn maintenance. And 3. They had to participate in at least 1 karaoke night per month, non-negotiable. The treaty was sealed with a fist bump and a marshmallow roasting session. Planax didn't attend. He sat alone on the bridge, watching the stars. This hadn't been the invasion he wanted. It had been stranger, louder, and somehow stickier. But maybe, just maybe, it had become something else entirely. By the time the first intergalactic newsletter reported the outcome of Earth's conquest, most species assumed it was a typo. The headline read, "Galactic Dominion now offering lawn services in Ohio." Confusion spread across several sectors. Was this some kind of secret invasion code, a metaphor, a failed translation? No, it was exactly what it sounded like. The invaders had accidentally integrated into local communities, not as overlords, not as conquerors, but as neighbors. The shift hadn't been strategic. It had been gradual, ridiculous, and entirely driven by snacks, small talk, and Earth's relentless ability to absorb nonsense without collapsing. In the quiet suburb of Brookview Hills, a battle mech now mowed lawns every Tuesday. It was repurposed by an alien named Zerb, who, after losing 3 consecutive laser duels to a Roomba, decided to change careers. Zerb now charged $20 per yard, offered optional trimming services, and was considering a loyalty punch card system. In a nearby town, 2 alien commandos ran a hot dog stand. They didn't understand the concept of meat or bread or condiments, but they did understand customer satisfaction. The stand's name, for reasons never fully explained, was Wiener Protocol. It had a 5-star rating and a cult following on food blogs. One squad of former elite infiltrators had become wedding DJs. Another had joined a biker gang. One, and only one, had disappeared entirely. Rumored to be training for competitive baking on a cooking show in Denmark. The Galactic Dominion tried to reassert control. A cruiser was dispatched to extract key personnel and reboot the invasion. It made it as far as Earth's lower orbit before being intercepted by a chain of prank calls. a fake delivery order for 17 pizzas, and a barrage of messages asking for the Wi-Fi password, please. The crew panicked and retreated. Admiral Planax 9, now technically Earth's High Coordinator of Intercultural Affairs, a title given to him at a school fundraiser he didn't know he was attending, had not adjusted well. He spent his days pacing the bridge of his once mighty flagship, which now doubled as a floating tourist attraction. It had a gift shop. Children came aboard for birthday parties. There was a photo booth where guests could wear fake antennae and pretend to scream as they surrendered to the alien overlords. He tried to give one last motivational speech to his crew. "We must remember who we are. We are warriors. We are the teeth of the Dominion." Slurpax, sipping a lemonade, replied, "Sir, I'm already booked for 3 PTA meetings this week, and I promised to chaperone a field trip to the planetarium. Also, Cheryl's goat yoga class is tomorrow, and we're low on mats." "Who is Cheryl?" "Bloopnark. He goes by Cheryl now." Planax stared at him. "I once burned an entire continent to the ground." "Cool," said Slurpax, flipping through coupons. "Have you tried the peach cobbler from that diner on 5th? Transcendental." The truth was undeniable. Earth had not only resisted occupation, it had reversed it. Without ever realizing it, humans had colonized their invaders, not with violence, not with advanced tech, but with culture, with clutter, with things that made no logical sense and yet somehow held entire societies together. Credit cards, punchlines, public holidays, jazz, complaint forms, local sports rivalries, conspiracy theories about furniture stores that were definitely hiding something. Earth didn't just absorb you, it rewrote you. And for some of the aliens, this new life was addictive. They liked sitcoms, they liked slow walks through garden centers, they liked having arguments about whether pineapple belonged on pizza and then solving those arguments by ordering both kinds and eating too much of each. The longer they stayed, the more they forgot what they'd come to do. Back in the galactic capital, the High Command was baffled. They had lost contact with multiple divisions. Their long-range scanners picked up bizarre energy signatures that corresponded not to weapons, but to music festivals, farmers' markets, and amateur fireworks shows. One transmission, intercepted weeks later, simply said, "We're good, don't come." Another read, "Bring dip." Some believed it was a trap. Others believed it was enlightenment. But one thing was clear: something had changed. Something irreversible. And Earth, messy, noisy, deeply inefficient Earth, was at the center of it. It was supposed to be a historical entry in the archives of the Galactic Dominion, a warning, a case study, a firm, practical explanation of why you never attack a species that considers Black Friday a cultural holiday. But somewhere along the way, the report got weird. Because how do you accurately describe a planet where traffic laws are suggestions, small talk is weaponized, and one of the most watched events each year involves people throwing an inflated ball and screaming at televisions while wearing matching shirts? Admiral Planax 9 tried. He really did. He sat down with every intention of composing a formal debrief for the Dominion Grand Council. He outlined key events, tactical failures, socio-cultural entanglements. But the longer he typed, the harder it became to explain how an interstellar war had been derailed by a chilly cook-off and a flash mob performance of Total Eclipse of the Heart in a supermarket. By paragraph 5, he gave up and stapled a handwritten note to the front that simply said, "Do not." The Dominion never sent a follow-up. Planax still lived aboard the irrefutable Victory, though no one called it that anymore. Locals referred to it as the big floaty thing with the nacho stand. It remained parked 3 miles above a cornfield in Kansas, occasionally drifting off course whenever someone messed with the gravity controls to make zero-G bowling more exciting. Earth's governments, in their own earthy way, had accepted the situation without truly understanding it. Someone wrote a law that defined extraterrestrial residents as tourists with long-term enthusiasm. It passed unanimously because no one read the fine print, and also there was free coffee in the voting room that day. International agencies adapted as best they could. NASA released a revised mission statement. We don't know what's going on anymore, but we're trying our best. Tourism soared. Alien-themed merchandise exploded. Someone published a cookbook titled Cooking with Planax, which included suspiciously few recipes and far too many footnotes about existential dread. The aliens blended in with increasing ease. Some changed their names to things like Greg, others didn't bother and simply introduced themselves with a dramatic cough and a gesture toward the sky. Every now and then, Planax would walk the halls of his ship, pass by crew members debating whether coffee was a beverage or a survival mechanism, and remember that there was a time, not long ago, when they had all been conquerors. Not anymore. Now they were just residents of Earth, the planet that didn't destroy its enemies, it confused them into submission. The Dominion eventually sent one last message, an encrypted communique routed through 17 satellites and a diplomatic courier shaped like a novelty pen. It arrived on Planax's console with flashing red text and the seal of the Supreme Command. Report status, it said. Planax stared at it for a long time. Then, with a sigh, he dictated his reply. This is Admiral Planax 9. The invasion has been reclassified. Hostilities terminated. Local resistance 2. Existential. Tactical success probability approaching 0. The humans have parties, sir, constantly, for things that do not warrant celebration. They invite us. We go. We bring snacks. We play games where rules change mid-round and no one keeps score. We argue about pizza toppings with passion, usually reserved for civil wars. We are lost in their culture. We are deeply embedded. There is no extraction. He paused, then added, we have been earthed. He hit send. The system blinked. Message received. No further orders came. Down below, on the planet that rewrote the invasion manual just by existing, life continued. Strange, loud, illogical, beautifully disorganized. A species that built monuments, forgot anniversaries, survived wars, started dance trends, wrote poetry about soup, and accidentally conquered a galactic armada through a combination of hospitality and complete disregard for standard protocol. Earth was not a death world. It was something far more dangerous. It was relatable.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker. "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the Council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. And if we decline? Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vork's eyes blinked simultaneously. That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. "Are you suggesting we have a chance against them?" Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. "I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope." Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. "The Chimera isn't ready," said the science director. "We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable." "Unpredictable might be exactly what we need," Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the end the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. "The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer." A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired, a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. "The linear cannon," Admiral Vorks announced with pride. "The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty." Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In Council thinking, "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying, human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables. Reed nodded slightly. Their entire civilization, values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos, Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt. As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke. Again, both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes, the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity.
Hello everyone. Are you ready to explore the exciting events happening around the world recently? Let's see how many things will surprise you with today's compilation. Let's get started. He was just inches away from death. This is a terrifying scene from a massive landslide with a crack stretching for several miles in Dagestan, Russia on April 16, 2026. Luckily, the camera was the only victim of this incident.
What the hell was that? It's okay. I'm gonna call Dad.
A wall from an overpass suddenly collapsed onto the road in Tashkent, Uzbekistan on March 12th. Lucky that the pressure fitting that exploded was not right in front of them. A power pole that had been damaged for a long time suddenly fell into an old vegetable market in Rajasthan, India on March 10th. Luckily, no one was injured. A man in Nepal suddenly came face to face with a rhinoceros while jogging on March 16, 2026. And it looks like the benefits of exercising every day just became a lot more clear. A roughly 65-foot-long wall suddenly collapsed in Pemalang, Indonesia on March 16, 2026, and luckily only 2 people suffered minor injuries. An electric car exploded while charging at a station in St. Augustine, Germany on February 26, 2026. Luckily, no one was hurt. Storm winds damaged power lines in Carbondale, Illinois on March 14, 2026.
That line's on the ground over there, you can kind of see. Okay.
A traffic sign pole ended up saving 2 people from danger in Yekaterinburg, Russia on March 13, 2026.
谁的？不是，还在开啊，不是他的。干！击败，帅！子弹，干！
The mother's reflexes were absolutely incredible. Young men narrowly escaped being hit by an out-of-control car in Lebanon on March 18th, and luckily the driver only suffered minor injuries. A traffic collision in Sharif Agwak, Philippines on March 16, 2026 looked pretty serious, but surprisingly, no one was injured, and seatbelts clearly played a crucial role. A pedestrian narrowly escaped during a collision in Santarém, Brazil on March 16th. A heavy truck collapsed part of a bridge due to severe overloading in Linyi, China on March 18, 2026, and luckily there were no casualties. Lava from Piton de la Fournaise volcano on Réunion Island flowed across a road after the eruption that began on February 13, 2026. The thing that looks still in this video is actually the one that is moving. Large ice slabs were pushed onto the shore of Lake Winnebago, United States by strong winds on March 10, 2026, threatening homes along the lake. A pickup truck lost control and crashed into a noodle shop in Krabi, Thailand on February 9th. Luckily, no one was hurt. A truck that was left without the parking brake almost caused a disaster in Mexico on March 15th. A teenager nearly got hit by a truck while stepping off a bus in Tennessee, United States on February 9, 2026.
This was completely whole. Completely whole. I'm just sitting here like la 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 la. I look over. It's
Looks like electricity prices might be about to go up a bit again. A cargo truck overturned and nearly hit a cyclist on an overpass in Brazil on March 18th, causing traffic disruption but no serious consequences. A reminder to always stay alert when you are on the road.
Anh cứ ý định là giữ cái bộ bên kia để ép.
Người ta cái gì? Bây giờ một mà bớt giá cho khách nhanh nhanh với em nói anh chứ để mà nó buồn quá.
A major landslide swept away an excavator in Chumach, Peru on March 12th, and luckily everyone managed to escape in time.
Bouncing!
A car lost control and crashed into scaffolding in New York, United States on March 10th. Luckily, no pedestrians were injured and the driver only had minor injuries.
Welcome to China in Focus. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Our top story has the latest.
President Trump dropping a bombshell message during his interview with CNBC on Tuesday, sharing the latest U.S. findings on the seized Iranian